KIRO AM Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Mike Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, hello, good morning. Hi, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports here on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app. Of course, all those podcast platforms. Haven't focused as much on them recently. I don't know why. Maybe we've just been talking up the YouTube so much and, the nice video, and now we got the up lighting to go with the down lighting and all the special lighting we've got here in the studio. So you can always watch the show and listen through YouTube. And if you're just driving around, like a lot of people are, still listen to radio, you don't have to do it on AM. You can wait, or you can find that 97.3 HD2. So you got to get to 97.3 on FM, and then wait for the HD thing to click on, and then you find the number 2 button, and then all of a sudden, you've got us in beautiful, crystal clear, high-definition radio, which is a great way to listen to not just this show, but every show on this station. It sounds really good, I promise. All right, so, hi. What a weekend. What a sports weekend, man. For a mid-March weekend, there was a lot going on. I hope you guys were able to catch a lot of it. It was there's a lot going on between the Players' Championship and the WBC, and the Kraken played this weekend a couple of times and won. Mariners, of course, are at spring training, and now just within, a week and a half, basically, from coming up to play real, meaningful baseball here in Seattle. So, it's starting to feel like we are right on the precipice of everything kind of clicking in and going from winter to spring and into summer and all of that. So I'm excited about kind of in general where we're at. I promise not to start another show with Randy Arozarena. We'll get to that a little bit later. I do have a new thought on where that situation is and where it's going. But we won't do it now because I think we've done this like 5 shows in a row at 6 o'clock, and that's just too many. So let's just kind of look at the WBC in general. What'd you think? Not quite over yet. U.S. is still going to play the winner of Venezuela, Italy. That game, of course, is tonight, and then we'll have the championship, and then finally all of the players will return back to their organizations to put the final tune-up in before the regular season starts. I really hate the way that game ended last night. I really do. Lyle, you and I have kind of debated on and off the ABS system. That's the kind of call that ABS is for, right? Like, that's what it's for. That ball's 6 inches below the plate or below the zone. That's just a bad call. And whether you're rooting for the U.S. or you're rooting for the Dominican, whatever it is, doesn't matter. The game shouldn't end that way. It just shouldn't. And I guess once you argue that a game shouldn't end that way, then at that point, that call really shouldn't take place ever during a game. I really do believe that there has to be a way. There has to be a way to have a call stands like we have in the NFL, like baseball has on the bases, where you just say, look, I don't know. I call it the way it was called. It was close enough. We're not entirely sure. Maybe it ticked the zone. Maybe it didn't. We just don't know. And so the call stands as called, and we're just going to let the umpire's ruling work. And maybe there's a 1-inch grace period around the edge of the strike zone that we just say, yeah, look, that's in the grace period. The umpire gets that call. We don't know exactly what that is, and we're not going to allow a computer to figure it out. But this pitch is 6 inches off. I mean, it's not close. Maybe it's not 6. What was it, 3? Do we know the actual number? It was at least 3 inches. It was awful. It was a terrible call. How do we let a game like that end? There should be men on first and third, 2 outs, and we were deprived the opportunity of seeing teammates face each other. How badly did you want to see Mason Miller against Fernando Tatis Jr.? I did. Padre versus Padre? With the fate of moving on to the WBC finals where either team would have been a prohibitive favorite? Yeah, I wanted to see that, didn't you?
Of course. And sadly, there's calls like this all the time, which is why I say the ABS should have been implemented years and years ago.
All right, so I'm in. I got you. I'm in. I'm in on the like that pitch should be overturned. It should. That's a bad call. That pitch should be overturned. I just don't want every pitch overturned. I don't want every little, just barely tick the zone or just barely, let the umpire call that.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine with it.
Give me the 1 inch grace period around. Give me 1 inch around the entire strike zone, and I'd be 100% in support of ABS. But calls like last night certainly, Lyle, speak to your argument. And I guess I don't know why you couldn't introduce a grace zone that would be easy to do. But if that's not an option, having it I think is better than not having it. I don't love it. I don't like that we have to do it. But if an umpire can't get a call right that is so dramatically obvious to every single person watching. By the way, it wasn't just obvious once you saw the little spot in the zone. It wasn't just obvious with the graphic afterwards. It was obvious in the moment. Everybody watching on TV is like, all right, ball 4. Let's see what happens with men on first and third and 2 outs. And instead, the umpire gets himself all excited and gives a big strikeout call to end the game. It's like, yeah, cool, man, but that wasn't a strike. By the way, neither was one of the earlier pitches of the at-bat. He called a high strike. I think it was strike 2 of the at-bat. The guy was all over the map.
Well, and this was the second time a crucial call cost him in that game because there was one to Tatis earlier in the game with men on base. And 2
really?
out. Yeah.
I missed that. I didn't get to see I was at the Kraken game, so I only got to see the 9th inning.
Yeah, it happened twice. To this day, I still don't understand why umpires aren't forced to take press conferences on this stuff. NFL referees have to do it a lot of the time.
Yeah.
I don't get it. They miss calls left and right. I don't think they're any good at their jobs. And they cost people games.
Yeah, and that's really too bad. Salk wanting 2 teammates to face each other has nothing to do with whether the pitch was a strike or not. No, I know that. I'm just saying it stinks that they got it wrong, and because they got it wrong, we were deprived of a great sports moment. Mason Miller versus Geraldo Perdomo is an okay sports moment. Mason Miller versus Fernando Tatis Jr. for all the marbles or close to it, that's an amazing sports moment. That's something we all remember, the WBC. I'm not saying they should have called it differently because of that moment, just that it stinks we were deprived of it. It just stinks. But man, what a cool tournament it's been. You can't argue that it hasn't, generated interest, generated eyeballs, generated excitement, generated conversation, sometimes for the right reasons, sometimes for the wrong reasons. But yeah, it has certainly generated conversation, maybe more here in Seattle than anywhere else. We'll talk more about it. And Lyle, you sent over that Bryce Miller sound. I'm going to play that at 7 o'clock because I do want to talk through some of the interest in watching these different cultures and the difference in the way they play baseball. So I've been thinking about it, right? Because I think it's a hard conversation to have because it takes some generalizations about these teams. But, for the most part, I think we've watched the discipline with which the Japanese team and even the Korean team have played ball. The Asian way of playing the game, as Bryce Harper said, is one way. You've seen what has been in general, and again, these are wide, sweeping generalizations. Not to say that every Latin ball player plays the game with this joy and energy, but when you watch the Dominican team play or you watch the Venezuelan team play or the Puerto Rican team play, you feel that versus watching the U.S. team play, which has, I think, much more a machine-like quality to it. The question I have is, how do you explain the Italians? How does that factor in? Because those guys are almost entirely, not entirely, but almost entirely American guys who are of Italian-American descent. They are playing the game, I think, with a tremendous amount of joy. And maybe when it all comes down to it, maybe it's not about an quote-unquote American way of playing the game. Maybe it's really just about how much pressure is on you. How much the weight of expectations can completely change the way you feel and play in this game, maybe even more than any other. I was watching the Players' Championship over the weekend, if you had an opportunity, and just seeing the way the weight of holding that lead just crumbled people. It just crumbled people, absolutely destroyed them. And no one worse than Ludwig Åberg yesterday, who just completely melted down. Completely melted down with the weight of trying to win that big championship on his shoulders. Who wins? Cam Young. What's Cam Young's obsession? Process over results. Trying to just stay in the moment, stay in the process. Hard to do. Really hard to do. And baseball and golf probably have as much in common in that way as any other two sports. The individual element of it, the quality of your swing, the fact that if you sometimes you feel like you did everything right and you still just doesn't work. And those games do have a lot in common. And you want to bring that back to the Mariners? They are going into this thing with a tremendous amount of expectation on them. And we feel as if they're going to be able to handle it. They're talking through it. They know it. They're prepared for it. But until you actually experience life with all of the expectations on you, all of the spotlight on you, all of it, you don't know how you're going to handle it. And I am fascinated to see what that looks like this year for the Mariners. Hopefully they get it right. All right, let's take a break. Come back to give you everything you need to know. I won't play all of the highlights from the weekend because there'd be too many of them. And that's why more is here at 6:30 to run through everything that we saw or missed this weekend. We got a lot going on. Stay with us all day long. Ross Tucker will be here. Shannon Drayer will be here. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
For Down Territory, Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
You watched every target to Rashid Shaheed, so what did you see?
He's good off the line. I like his release. He has a couple releases that he goes to that works. And the reason why they work is because he's extremely fast. You have to respect everything that he does. I think that once he gets on a defender's hip, he is gone. The saying, if he's even, he's leaving. That is exactly him.
Catch every 4 Down Territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net. Day and Night has $150 off installation of any new water heater, including tankless, backed by a free lifetime warranty.
Hi, I'm Bruce. When your old water heater leaks or fails, the damage could be catastrophic. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Get $150 off installation of any new water heater.
DayandNight.net. Hour and a half drive here. To have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Clinton Yates here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast. Others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get broadcast times for every Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League broadcast.
Holy smokes, he does it again!
At seattlesports.com.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber the Door Store. Something that happens here most every day are customers and contractors looking to purchase doors they can take today. Frank Lumber has a good selection of pre-hung display doors that are ready to go. And if we don't have what you need today, whether it be style or size, and you find a door in stock, we can still get you taken care of quickly. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline. Also, be sure to check us out online at franklumber.com.
Hey, what a surprise. We got tons of rain here in the Northwest in the late winter into the spring. It all adds up. Now's the time of the year when the ground becomes completely saturated with water, and that can cause real problems in your crawl space. It's Mike Salk here, and groundwater intrusion in crawl spaces, it's pretty common, but it's got to be addressed before it causes structural damage or even worse, toxic mold in your home. You don't want any part of that. That's why if you're worried about any groundwater in your crawl space, you call Crawl Pros and you get a free corner-to-corner inspection. They'll climb into that crawl space, see what the condition is. They will go where you don't want to, definitely where I didn't want to. They came to my house and handled all this stuff. If they find water, they'll install a groundwater drainage system and a sump pump and reroute that water outside your home's footprint where it belongs. Don't take the risk. Do what I did. Have Crawl Pros come out for that free corner-to-corner inspection. They'll even check your attic at the same time. If you're worried that anything is going on with your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, marquee matchup of the WBC. It certainly came right down to the wire. 3 home runs accounted for all the scoring. 2 by the U.S. team, 1 for the Dominicans. That was it. Paul Skeens, a host of relievers, kept the DR very quiet all night. Julio helped out on the other side with a tremendous catch to rob Aaron Judge of a home run in the middle innings. But with a man on third, 2 outs, full count, 1-run game, Mason Miller on the mound, pitching to Geraldo Perdomo, and
Mason Miller's 8th pitch to Perdomo. Here it is, on the championship!
Yeah, it is, except the pitch was 3 inches? What's the number? Do we know the number of how far below the zona was? Do we get...
Is that common to put out? I tried to look when you said that. I didn't see.
All right. Whatever it was awful. Just an absolutely atrocious call. But the U.S. gets the benefit, and they move on afterwards. Albert Pujols was pretty... Well, he was asked anyway if this game would have ended differently if they could challenge.
I just said it in Spanish. I don't want to focus in the last game, in the last pitch. Obviously, it didn't go our way. Disappointed about the way that the game ends, but I don't want to criticize any of that. It wasn't meant to be for us. I think both teams pitched well, played well. Our bullpen really did an outstanding job. Severino did a great job as well. So I don't really gonna focus the whole game, especially a great game like it was tonight, on that last pitch.
Yeah. Except the last pitch, unfortunately, was a pretty important one, and it could have gone either, well, no, it couldn't have gone either way. It needed to go the other way, and it didn't, and that just stinks. Italy will play Venezuela in the other semifinal game tonight. Winner plays the U.S. Mariners actually got a spring training win yesterday. They've barely had any, but they do get a spring training win. Brendan Donovan just continuing his assault on Cactus League pitching.
That's going to make a huge difference. Donovan with a swing and a drive. Deep into the gap in right center field on the track and off the fence. On a hop, sweet spell running third. He'll score. Carmelo right on his heels. The throw to the plate. Johnny slides in safely.
Yeah, he is just ridiculously on fire. 3 more hits yesterday, including a double. That one there. Nice day for Luke Raley, Rob Refsnyder. That's good to see. George Kirby gave up a pair of runs, goes 4 1/3. Logan on Saturday, 2 1/3, and gave up 2 runs. And then Kate Anderson on Friday, he gave up 3 runs in 3 innings. More will take us through more of that here in a few minutes. One little challenge to keep noting, though, J.P. Crawford needed some time after shoulder fatigue. So we'll see what's going on, and we are monitoring that situation. Shannon will tell us more at 9:30. And the Randy Arozarena story, is it over yet? No, not really. Not after he released the most bland statement I've read and refused to talk to reporters upon his return to Peoria on Friday. Josh Naylor had some fun with it when the U.S. played Canada and tried to give a little fist bump to Cal, who, of course, declined. But the two of those guys were kind of joking around about it. I don't know what happens next with Randy, but now Julio's going to come back to camp and be asked about it, and eventually Cal's going to come back to camp and be asked about it. So it'll end eventually, but at the moment, every opportunity to try to end this story has been missed.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, we knew the Seahawks offseason was going to be pretty quiet, and it has been here at the start of free agency, but a couple little things going on over the course of the weekend. Corner Noah, more help me, Igbahini?
Sorry.
I know it.
Igbinahane? Igbinahane.
No.
Okay.
It's Igbenogany.
Igbenogany. All right, thank you. Corner Noah Igbenogany was the headliner. He signs a 1-year deal to come over from now Washington. Guy was once the 30th pick in the draft of the Dolphins in 2020. They also bring back long snapper Chris Stoll and cornerback Shamar Jean-Charles.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Igbenogany. All right, I'm going to keep saying it till I get it right. Igbenogany, thank you. Quite a weekend for the Kraken. They blow out both Vancouver and Florida. It was a 5-goal outburst on Friday night. Bobby McMahon had 2 of those goals. He had another one yesterday as they scored 6. They just kept piling on the defending Cup champions from Florida.
Winterton, Montour, the trailer, Myers, off the post, they score! In the right place at the right time.
Yes, 6-1 win last night as they explode for 11 goals over the weekend. Pretty impressive. They will host Tampa on Tuesday before heading back out on the road. They're now back into a playoff spot, which is pretty incredible. Tremendous finish at the Players' Championship. Cam Young jumped past Matt Fitzpatrick on the final 2 holes. Ridiculous birdie on 17. Oh, my gosh. Followed by a par on the difficult 18. 375-yard drive. He crushes it. He wins the biggest tournament in the PGA Tour, which was awesome. Arguably bigger deal even than the PGA Championship, even though it doesn't count as a major. So pretty darn cool. And then if you're into it, Selection Sunday last night. You can find your brackets. You don't need me to go through the whole bracket. You got it. You know where to find it. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah, got a text. Where'd it go? Saying, hey, Salk, I know you said that Bobby McMahon was going to look a whole lot like Eeli Tolvanen. Right now he looks a whole lot more than that. He has. I had asked people, and they were like, yeah, they kind of described him. And I was like, okay, so kind of like Eeli Tolvanen. And they were like, yeah, that's about right. It's like, okay. But I didn't really know the guy. I haven't really seen him play. And he's looked great through his first 2 games. He's definitely bigger than Tolvanen. He's built almost more like Capo Caco. Big dude. And he's fast. And so far, I mean, he's played a gritty game, gets to the front of the net, makes things happen, uses the speed. He's been pretty darn impressive, to be honest with you. Very impressive. Was at the game last night, and at times he was the best player on the ice, which is great. I hope there's more of that. I don't know whether he's a true, legitimate first-line winger over the course of a season. I don't know whether he threatens the defense the way we've talked about, but man, looking at him, sure looked like it was a pretty good pickup. And since he's been in the lineup, they've scored 11 goals in 2 games. So more of that, please. That's what I was doing yesterday. So while I was doing that, the WBC was going on. It makes it hard. Too many sporting events. That's why we got Maura on a Monday morning to take us through all of it. If you missed it, stick around. She'll help out next on Brock and Salk.
Having one of those days where a little of this would make things so much better?
Fastball, strike 3 called. He got him looking. How about that for a Cactus League debut? Cade Anderson striking out the side.
We got you. You can stream every Mariners spring training game live for free on the Seattle Sports app. Making lives better through Mariners baseball, one
goodbye baseball
at a time. Home of your American League West champion Mariners.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
As America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive has your back.
Oh, like roadside assistance?
Oh yeah, Progressive offers that.
Great. Do you have plans Saturday? My cousin canceled and I'd love to have someone to ride with.
Actually, we just do insurance, not riding buddies.
Cool, let's meet at noon. Actually, scratch that. 10 a.m., you and me, breakfast at a diner.
To be clear, Progressive has your back for insurance only. So get a quote and see if you can save.
Okay, so if you beat me there, get me the Lumberjack Special. We can share.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Roadside assistance may require comprehensive coverage.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
The March sales event is on at Toyota of Renton, and the deals are unbeatable. Finance the new 2026 Tacoma SR at 2.99% APR for 72 months, plus get $500 TFS subvention cash, or lease the 2025 Tundra SR5 at $539 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Find them at toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through March 31st, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, licenses, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable documentation fee. Model 7594-8361.
Don't miss Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League Baseball.
This could be 2. JP has it, goes to the bag, steps on second, fires to first, double play.
Broadcast times at seattlesports.com.
Hey, Brock Ewert here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. Spring and summer, it's right around the corner. So if you haven't called PCF about getting started on your new deck, Well, right now is the time. With a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long. And right now, you can get up to $6,000 off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Save an additional $1,500 when you bundle your deck and patio cover. Some restrictions do apply, but do what we did. Contact PCF for all the details and start planning and designing your dream deck now so you're ready to build by the spring. Planning and permits, they can take a little time, so please don't wait. Get started today. Get project ideas, browse photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with people come first.
So my friends over at Pure Talk have been sending me customer feedback from consumeraffairs.com, where thousands of people rate and review the top wireless providers. Here, for instance, is a nice note from James in Raleigh, North Carolina, who writes, quote, "After hearing Mike Rowe's ad, we made the switch to Pure Talk, and we couldn't be happier. We went from spending $1,200 a year with T-Mobile to $420 with Pure Talk. Thanks, Mike. Switch today!" Exclamation point. Pure Talk is saving James $820 a year. And because he literally wrote the words "switch today" in capital letters with an exclamation point, I'm going to go ahead and dedicate this commercial to him. So folks, take it from James in Raleigh, North Carolina. Pure Talk can give you unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month on the same 5G service the big guys are overcharging you for. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. You'll also save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 to save an additional 50%. Thanks, James.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
For Down Territory, Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions.
Life's
of the day.
expensive enough, isn't it?
All right. Do we have music? Oh, we got music. We got Pearl Jam. We're good to go. Lyle loves Pearl Jam. When in doubt, just go with a little State of Love and Trust. Little State of Love and Trust. It's so sorry. Maura? That's what I was doing all weekend. Singing. Not really. I was hockey, mostly. Just going to hockey
Why were
games.
you singing? Okay.
No, I wasn't really. We had scrimmage on Saturday.
So weird that you were at hockey games.
I know. Yeah, scrimmage. I watched a lot of hockey this weekend.
I feel like it's become your entire identity, quite frankly.
I really like watching hockey. I'm not gonna lie. Like it really. It's funny. My dad it's his own. It's basically his favorite sport by like a large margin, and has happened more and more as he got older. He used to love baseball, football, and he still likes those things. But he's become just completely obsessed with watching hockey. And yeah, I mean, I was at a girls scrimmage on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Watched the Torrent play on yesterday morning. Watched the Kraken play both Saturday, and then went to the game last night. I guess I watched like 6 hockey games over the course of the weekend, interspersed with some baseball. And that means I didn't get to see everything. I was busy, so I'm sure I'm not alone. What'd we miss?
All right, well, you covered last night's game, and I've got a little more WBC talk in here because Team Italy is just kind of surprising everyone. Dom Canzone was 2 for 3 for them with an RBI and 2 walks in their win over Puerto Rico Sunday. Italy posted 4 runs in the first inning, promptly ending Seth Lugo's outing. And then they added another 4 in the 4th inning for a comfortable lead, but they did turn around and give up 4 in the 8th to make things a little too close for comfort. Ultimately, they pull off, though, the 8-6 win to advance to the semifinals. And then Venezuela-Japan was a back-and-forth affair with Ronald Acuna Jr. hitting a leadoff home run for Venezuela.
And Acuna puts a charge into one. Deep right center field. And what a way to start for Acuna. He's done it again.
But, of course, Shohei Ohtani came right back for Japan and did the same.
2-1 pitch. Ohtani gulps it into right field. And the leadoff men have made an impact, to say the least. We're tied.
Back-to-back doubles by Ezequiel Tovar and Gleyber Torres got Venezuela back on top in the second. But Shoto Morishita 3-run shot would give Japan a 5-2 lead in the third. Once Yamamoto left the game in the 4th inning, Venezuela was able to take back that lead on home runs by Michael Garcia and Wilber Abreu. They end up winning 8-5 and advance to face Italy in the semifinals tonight.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the bigger upsets of the tournament, right? I mean, I think the idea, and everyone thought that Japan, they've won this thing twice, right? Twice in a row, I want to say. And obviously, being led by Shohei, you just have the assumption. But, I mean, it is one of the... I'm not going to call it silly, because I do like the WBC. I don't want to, make this sound like I don't like it, but there's a reason we don't play single elimination baseball games very often. It doesn't necessarily give us the best team. It gives us the team that happens to win that day. But whatever, that's the tournament. That's how it goes. You got to play single elimination.
But Italy's won a few big games.
They sure have, yeah. So, I don't know, give Venezuela credit. That's a big upset for them.
It's their first time going to the semifinals again since 2009.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. The only challenge is I would have liked sort of that whole... each of these different cultures being represented in the quarterfinals, the semifinals, but oh well, that's fine. It's okay.
Good for them. Instead of the U.S.?
No. Instead of if Japan instead of it would have been nice to have a Latin team, an Asian team, a European team, and an American team. That would have been kind of cool. But whatever. It's just fine. I'm just fine with it.
Are you saying that because Team Italy is made up of mostly Americans?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, maybe that too.
But yeah, like you said, it's been pretty fun. Meanwhile, back in Peoria, where we were all dreaming about the 90-degree weather that Wyman and Bob had when it was snowing on Friday. It snowed all day on Friday. What was going on? It was supposed to end at 11.
Was that worse, or was Saturday the combination of hail, snow, rain, and bright sunshine all in one day? That was a lot on Saturday.
I don't know if I got to experience all that on Saturday.
Oh, we did. Every one of those things occurred at my house on Saturday. Significant hail.
Yeah. I didn't get any of that.
Gertie was not interested. She's like, no thanks. I'm good.
All right, well, the Mariners won 6-3 over the Reds Sunday. George Kirby went 4 2/3 innings, giving up 7 hits, 2 earned runs, and striking out 4. As you mentioned earlier, Brendan Donovan remains on fire, 4 for 4 with 3 RBI, including a 2-run double in the 5th. Kirby apparently, we're talking about the ABS to start the show. He challenged a pitch that it was pretty clear was the right call, and he was asked about it post game. His answer was kind of funny.
He had to get one in before the gun.
It looked really good.
Because he told us, I'm not going to do it, but
it looked good. I just saw it can't come back last second, but not so much. But yeah. Dan, let me know that one.
Are you going to put that away during the season? Or?
Yeah, I'm going to do my best to not, for sure. With spring training, who cares? I mean, let it fly. Now I know not to challenge that one in the game, so.
Well, I have mentioned to you a few times that I don't think pitchers should ever do this. I know they're given the right to do it, but I think of the 3 people who are allowed, pitchers, catchers, and hitters, they have the worst view of it. They just...
And the most bias.
Yeah, it's just, they just have a bad view. And they have somebody else who's on their team with a better view who can make that call. I do like it's spring training, who cares? But...
But I like how he's like, Dan, let me know.
I'm going to guess that when this all goes down, once we have data on this over the course of a full season, the catchers and hitters between them will do 95% or more of the challenging. And my gut tells me that the catchers will have the best success rate on challenges and that the hitters will be below 50%.
Well, Cal's been really good so far, right?
Yep. I think the catchers are all going to be good. The catchers know what a strike is. They're behind the plate. They can see the edges. The catchers know. I think the players think they know what's on the outside corner. I don't think they actually know. And so that's my gut. My gut tells me the catchers challenge at about, Lyle, write this down for the future. I'm just kidding. You don't actually have to write it down. Catchers probably win challenges at I'm going to say 2 out of 3. Somewhere between 65 and 70% would be my guess. And that hitters are right around 50-50, maybe just below. I'll say 45, 48%. Just my gut. And that pitchers never do. I don't know what the numbers say in the minors. Maybe they have stats on that. I'm just kind of going off my gut.
Lyle, do you know how it is in the minor?
I feel like it's usually the hitters and the catchers.
Well, sure. But who's right more often, the hitters or the catchers?
I don't know if they have enough internal data on this. I would guess the catchers.
I mean, they've been doing this for years now.
Well, I just mean public internal data.
Yeah.
Probably the catchers.
That would make it external data.
External. Sorry. Not internal, external.
Yeah. I don't know. My gut tells me it's going to be the catchers by a lot. After last night, man, I think that might have convinced me. That's just obnoxious. This is a terrible, terrible call. Ugh.
All right, well, that was Sunday. We'll go back a day. Logan Gilbert pitched in the Mariners' 6-2 win over the Angels Saturday, going 2 2/3 innings, giving up 6 hits, 2 unruns, 2 walks, and striking out 5. Cole Young went 2 for 4 with a double and an RBI in that game, and Colt Emerson also went 2 for 2 with a run scored. But Logan Gilbert, I thought this one was fun, too. Logan Gilbert talked to Shannon and Rick Riz before the game, and he was asked if anyone is working on anything new that's kind of caught his attention, and this is what he had to say.
Wu told me he was working on a changeup again, tweaking it the other day, and he said, I think Cal was catching them in Arizona and said one of them was good, which is like a huge deal because if you're ever trying something new, Cal's going to tell you, do not throw. At least for my experience. Every time I try something new, he's like, that's not it. Don't throw that. So I was a little jealous to begin with, but just the fact that Wu said one of them he said was good, I'm like, man, that means it's really good.
Cal and Logan's relationship always makes me laugh.
Yeah.
But that sounds like that actually is really good news for Wu.
Well, we have always wondered, remember I asked him years ago what he was going to do to get lefties out, and he's like, I'm just going to keep throwing the sweeper, and I was like, okay. And then he did it and totally nailed it and was just awesome with it. But if he did have a pitch that broke arm side, that would be awesome. Like, it sure wouldn't hurt. Sure wouldn't hurt.
Well, this core for the Mariners has shown that they can play around with those things and add in some pretty solid new pitches.
So do you think, all these guys, all 5 of the Mariners pitchers seem to love exploring and playing with new pitches, right? Do you think some of that is that they're just trying to annoy Cal? Do you think Cal's general annoyance with it, they're like, okay, let's see if I can get to him with this?
I think it's almost more a competition with each other first,
Yeah.
but then that might be a bonus.
I love it. I think it's fun. They're just always like, yeah, maybe I can throw a screwball. Maybe I can do this. Like, okay, maybe I'll throw a changeup this year. All right. You know what? We hear about it a lot. It doesn't always happen. Like, remember how much we heard last year about the kick change from Brash and Munoz? Like, they threw a few, don't get me wrong, but there was not like, they didn't become kick change pitchers.
Well, and Passan, I think I sent you, he wrote his season preview on and put it out on Friday, and he says it wouldn't surprise him if Logan Gilbert becomes the latest pitcher to master the splinker.
Oh, splinker's nasty. Why Logan? Just because of the long arms and the movement he can generate?
Says power pitchers don't typically have the capacity to add a new pitch every year, as Gilbert seemingly does, but with the quality of his other stuff degrading last season, Gilbert is trying to marry a sinker and splitter for an in-between look. It works for the originator of the pitch, Johan Duran. Duran. It works for Paul Skeens. Gilbert, dominant on the mound with the accuracy of a junk baller. Picking up the splitter a few years back changed Gilbert's career, and if the splinker takes, it could do the same again before he reaches free agency.
Yeah, I'm into the splinker. Let's go. That's the splitter sinker. It's pretty nasty. I mean, obviously Skeens and Duran are about as good as it gets in Major League Baseball. So,
Lyle, did you say you guys talked to him about that at spring training?
Well, he said last year he threw 1, and Cal's like, yeah, I'm not calling that again. But
of course,
I'm trying to. He said he was working on a cutter. Maybe the cutter.
That's
ends
what he
up
told us.
Serving more like a splinker. Who knows?
But they should move the opposite ways, right?
You'd think.
Cutter should go glove side, and the splinker should go arm side.
I guess we'll have to ask Passan when we first get him on about that.
Sounds good.
I should mention this because we've gotten a few texts. Some people are really excited that we have a little movement on the NBA front here in Seattle, but it's very little movement yet again. The NBA announced that they will hold a vote at the Board of Governors meetings next week to explore adding expansion teams exclusively in Las Vegas and Seattle. So they're holding a vote about whether to explore expansion.
Okay. And they're not doing it for a few weeks.
No, this is next week.
Oh, okay.
At the Board of Governors meeting.
Well, if and when they vote to do that, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, it just feels.
Let's see what the vote does.
Feels like there's a lot of meetings to talk about whether they should have more meetings.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
it's a beginning.
On this whole thing, Brock has kind of changed my tune on this, because for the last few years, I had been told by people that I trusted, like, hey, this is a done deal. It's going to happen. Samantha Holloway is ready to go. Before her, David Bonderman, but his daughter, once he passed away, Samantha Holloway owns a Kraken. Like, they're ready to go. They're vetted by the league. Vegas and Seattle, done deal. And then I think some of the valuations of these teams and that number skyrocketing compared with some of the challenges and changes in the RSN model out there has potentially changed the math. So, whether or not they're still interested in doing that at that price point, I don't know. We'll find out. So not that I'm down on it now. It's just that the time to do this was a few years ago before the RSN thing fell apart. Curious to see how it goes now. I'm not saying it won't happen. I think there's still a good chance it does. But it's not nearly the sure thing that it seemed just a year or so ago.
I mean, I'm glad we're finally starting to see some movement again. But yeah, I want to hear that they're actually voting yes or no.
Sure.
And this seems like it's a vote to start talking about it.
Yep.
Which it seems like we've been talking about it for a long time.
Yep.
But it is movement, so that's positive.
Very, very slow.
Yes, that's how it feels.
Movement.
All right, I don't know if you
Sisyphus.
saw...
You know who Sisyphus is, Lyle?
If you're asking, don't you think you know the answer?
You ever read any Greek mythology?
What do you think? No?
You know who Zeus is?
Oh, well, I mean, I read those Percy Jackson books, The Lightning Thief. There's Greek gods in those.
Oh, he did some accidental learning.
Nice. Good work, buddy.
Well, that's the whole precipice of the book.
Is
those
accidental learning?
No.
Oh,
Greek
it's
gods.
about Greek mythology. Yeah, I think I knew that. Well,
those were actually good. I had such high hopes for those movies when they came out because so many of those other book series have been great movies. Terrible. Awful.
All right, I'm sorry. Sisyphus, he is a guy who is eternally asked to push a rock up a hill, and right before it gets to the top of the hill, it comes back down. He's got to go start again. Then you got Tantalus. He's hungry and thirsty, but every time he reaches up for the grapes, they recede, and every time he reaches down for the water to drink, it goes away. It's tough. It's tantalizing, quite frankly. I think that's where they get the word. Sisyphus, Tantalus.
Doesn't sound like his powers are as good as Poseidon's or something.
No, they're the opposite. They have no power. Their life is awful. They've been condemned to this. I mean, it's their version of torture. Awful. Poor guy. And that's sort of what this has been, like Sisyphus pushing the rock up the hill. It's been Sisyphusian.
Are you done?
Yep.
And I wanted to mention I was at the Sports Star of the Year Awards on Friday night. I believe that King 5's I think they're airing it this next Friday, but it was a fun event, and I wanted to mention some of the winners. Jackson Smith and Jigba won men's Athlete of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
Amanda and Handa Mall, who are twin pole vaulters for UW, won Women's Athlete of the Year.
Nice.
The Seahawks Super Bowl victory sports story of the year.
Okay.
Casey Keller and Michelle Akers were honored as sports legends, and
Yes.
then Tony Ventrella was the media excellence.
So nothing for Cal?
Cal, he was last year. I think once you've won an award, you don't get nominated again.
Oh, okay.
Brian Wu was nominated this year, but Jackson Smith and Jigba won.
Yeah, that's fair. I give it to Jackson over Wu. Fun. Did everybody look nice?
Yeah.
Everybody get dressed up?
It's even in the snow.
Anybody look especially not? Anybody really nail what they were wearing?
You know, I talked to Spencer Haywood, and he complimented me for dressing up, but I told him he looked very dapper, and he was like, well, I'm old school. Not like these players today. Like, we knew how to dress up.
I believe it. Did you go fancy?
I wore a dress, yeah.
Like a cocktail dress, like a whole...
I think, yeah.
Good for you. I was watching some of the Oscar red carpet yesterday. I wasn't sure.
I don't know. We have some footage. I don't know when we're going to be posting it.
I wasn't sure if you looked like any of the people on the red carpet yesterday. That was a whole thing. You watch any of that?
Probably not quite that elegant.
I gotta tell you, I'm so much less. I used to be interested in the Oscars. The fact that they don't really make good movies anymore has really
puts a damper on it.
It's put a damper on the Oscars. Like, oh, like I wanted to go to the movies this past weekend. Like Avery was out. I guess it was Saturday night. Avery was out, and Heather and Cecily and I were like, oh, maybe we'll go to the movies. There's nothing. I mean, it's not even like there was like, oh, I guess we could see this. It was like, no,
I can't remember the last time I've wanted to go see a movie. Well, now they're all available to stream like immediately.
I know, but I was like,
For like
I thought it would be
$20.
sort of fun to go out to the movies or whatever. Just awful. All right, I got some texts here. Are we? Is that the weekend or is there more?
Unless you want to talk Cam Young Players Championship.
No, I do. Give me some of that.
Okay.
That was awesome.
Cameron Young won the Players Championship after trailing England's Matt Fitzpatrick by 1 stroke with 2 holes remaining. Fitzpatrick missed an 8-foot par putt on the 18th that would have secured a playoff. So Young, who shot a 4-under 68, secured his second PGA Tour victory.
It took him 94 tournaments to break through, had all that talent. Everybody was wondering when Cameron Young was going to break through. He did it last year for the first time. And now he's got the crown jewel of the PGA Tour. Young is a Players Champion.
He sure is. Tremendous tournament. I love the Players. It's so much fun. I do like it better. I think I'm at a point where, yes, I like it better than the PGA Championship. I think it could very easily be considered not just the 5th, but maybe even the 4th major. I mean, it's got everybody in it. I love that it's at the same course every year. You get to know that course, and it's awesome. I mean, Sawgrass is just such a great course and just plays really well. The wind, the drama of 17, 18th hole's great. Like, it's just that the whole finishing stretch is so amazing. And it's a hard course. It's not super easy where these guys at the end of it finish 30 under or whatever. Like, yeah, the top guys are what was he, 14 under, 13 under, I think, when it was all done yesterday. But it took some incredible shots. I mean, to put that on what he did on 17 with a 19-mile-an-hour wind, insane. And a pin tucked back right, like, oh my God. It was ridiculous. So much fun. Such a fun tournament. It really was great.
How'd the guy Spieth do?
I was, unbelievable on Friday and awful the other day. I think he shot like a 76 Saturday to just take himself totally out of it.
I was trying to figure out when I said Cam Young instead of Cameron Young why that sounded so familiar, and then I realized the Seahawks defensive tackle.
Yeah, they had a Cam Young.
Yeah.
Or Cameron Young.
2023 draft.
Yeah. There's a Cam Young, a Cam Smith, and a Cam Davis all on tour, and that's confusing. Well, Cam Smith's no longer there, but it's been very confusing. They're all there. There's 3 Cams. It's too many Cams. Clash of Cams. And then the hockey was great, too. Two wins for the Kraken. Bobby McMahon, tremendous. Thank you, Maura, for a good trip around the weekend. Let's see, a couple of texts coming in. I forgot how insufferable Salk gets during March Madness. I'm not going to be insufferable about it. I'm not into it anymore. I used to love it. I'm psyched that you guys are into it. I don't think you really want my analysis on it because I don't pay any attention to it. So it's not that I don't like it or don't think it's cool. It's not for me anymore. I'm sorry. Like, if you like March Madness and that's a big thing for you, there's a lot of options to go find it, and I think you should. I'm not going to sit here and attack it and say it's dumb. It's not. It's great. Thursday and Friday of March Madness, the opening weekend, used to be truly my favorite sports days of the year. I looked forward to it all year, and I would skip school and stay home. Like, it meant the world to me. I just don't like what's happened with the game, and I'm just not that interested anymore. So the fact that you guys are is great. I'm psyched for you. You don't want my analysis on it. I haven't watched a single college basketball game all year. I didn't watch a Selection Sunday show. I don't even know who the number 1 seeds are. I'm just not into it. So there are plenty of opportunities for that. And then Salk, your obsession with hockey is baffling. It's literally soccer on skates. Okay, look, those are fighting words here this morning. That's just not true. That's just not true at all. That's just wrong. Come on, people. Soccer on skates. The soccer players are busy flopping all over the ground. The hockey players are hitting each other, physical, nasty, the culture of the game. It's fast. There's a ton more scoring. Like, come on. Kraken scored 11 goals in the last 2 games. I think it takes the Sounders like a season and a half to score 11 goals. Don't even try it. Sorry, that's not going to work for me. All right. Maura, thank you. Great stuff, as always. Let's see. Well, the WBC has certainly made its mark. We're going to chat a little bit about it. Brock's coming in next. Has it succeeded? Has it done what baseball is hoping? In many ways, I think the answer to that is yes. In other ways, I think there's still some question marks. But what you saw yesterday was quite a display. We'll discuss next on Brock and Salk.
Let's go!
Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
You watched every target to Rashid Shaheed, so what did you see?
He's good off the line. I like his release. He has a couple releases that he goes to that works. And the reason why they work is because he's extremely fast. You have to respect everything that he does. I think that once he gets on a defender's hip, he is gone. The saying, if he's even, he's leaving. That is exactly him.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
This is Brock Eward. Seastar Restaurant and Raw Bar is celebrating 24 years as Bellevue's go-to for fresh, seasonal seafood, and me and my families as well. My good friend Chef John Howie delivers excellence behind every single plate, and it doesn't matter. Local oysters, sushi, cedar plank salmon, generous portions, polished service, and meals that become lasting memories. Right now, 3-course dinners in the lounge, starting at just $50. Seastar, the dining experience you remember. SeastarRestaurant.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Mariners fans, the 2026 season is officially on deck. And Cal, Julio, and the defending AL West champs are ready to feed off your energy at T-Mobile Park. Be here for every monster home run.
There it is, number 60. The magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues.
Every 100-mile-per-hour heater.
And he throws it and the ball game's over. Andres Munoz has simply been incredible.
Every clutch moment.
A bases clearing 3-run double by Josh Naylor. Holy smokes, the Mariners have the lead.
It's going to be an epic 50th season, and you won't want to miss it. Mariners baseball. Try to answer.
Lock in your spot for the season with a Mariners Reserved membership. Get the best seats at the best prices for 20 games of the whole slate. Plus, enjoy perks like guaranteed postseason access, year-round savings, no ticket fees, and more. Memberships start under $500. Find your plan at mariners.com/26.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HAWK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HAWK to 321-321. That's HAWK to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get in the freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of management.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Morning, Brock.
Well, good Monday morning, Salky.
Sure is.
You know, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, you know where we were today? You know where we were today? We were in Dublin, Ireland.
That's true.
St. Paddy's Day.
That was fun.
That was fun.
I missed that.
Can you imagine more on Lyle and especially Lyle? Can you picture Lyle doing all that Paisley did back in the day?
No.
Getting in front of everybody, ripping his shirt off.
Not really.
Poems. No, I probably couldn't do that.
Spin around his head like a helicopter. No, I can't really imagine. Can't really imagine anything like that. But that was fun back in the day when we'd be in Ireland. It was years ago, Brock, that we were out at the what's the sports bar that we were at in the All-Star Sports Bar, I think in
yes,
in Des Moines, where
Seen the lake. Yeah,
the late great.
Yeah, you still got
Mary
that
Kay
picture,
Letourneau. I do have a picture of Brock and Mary Kay Letourneau because she was our waitress there that day.
Yeah, she
and
was. Yeah.
I do have a picture of two of them.
My oversized khaki pants.
Yep, which I keep in my favorites folder in case I ever need to show it to people. But I've never put it out publicly because I don't want Brock to be embarrassed or anything like that. But I do have that picture, which I do treasure. It's one of my favorites.
You guys showed it to me.
It is funny, isn't it?
It's very random.
It is random. Like, oh, there's Brock and Mary Kay Letourneau. Okay. Every once in a while, I'll show it to people and be like, you know who that is? And no one ever guesses it.
Does Lyle know who that is?
No. I don't know who the person is.
No.
Look her up. It's quite the story. She was a teacher. She was a teacher who had an affair with a student, and then they got married. It was a whole thing. So anyway, Brock, the WBC, it has certainly made its mark. It has made me think. What have you? What is? I can give you a lot of mine, but what have you kind of taken away from these couple of weeks of the WBC with just a couple more games left to go?
Yeah, I mean, last night I know Aaron Judge said it, but it did. I mean, it's felt like playoff baseball in March. I mean, you're used to kind of seeing this intensity, these kind of stadiums rocking that way, every pitch mattering, every Yeah, I mean, honestly, I felt a little like now, not nearly as emotional or connected as the Mariners run through the divisional series and the ALCS and all, so badly, and how badly you wanted the Mariners to get to a World Series and ultimately win it. But there were some of those vibes last night just because of the intensity of it. And the guys, it's like the Four Nations a little bit. That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah. Similar.
It reminds me of the Four Nations that the hockey played, in a very similar vein.
Yeah.
Where the guys really, really do largely want it. That one's not as complicated. What word did you use last week to describe the WBC?
Messy, maybe? I don't know. I don't think that was the word I used, but
hockey is just not, by nature, is not as messy. The guys, they put the skates on, they play one way.
Yep.
That's the only way they know how to play. So it's, hockey was a little more buttoned up. But it does have that kind of vibe. And then last night was a heck of a ball game, all the way down to the wire. And
just a shame the way it ends.
Yeah.
That's a shame, man. That's a terrible call. This is a terrible call. That pitch is nowhere close.
You also can't take that pitch with 2 strikes.
Yes, you can.
What do you mean you can't take
It's
it?
a ball. It's 3 inches below the
It's
zone.
not even close.
And it was a slider. What else are you going to do with it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Waste it.
Yeah,
Waste it
no.
like you did the other one.
Oh, I think you're quite wrong on that one. You got to take that pitch.
Okay.
It's not even close to a strike.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Perdomo never strikes out. When him and Soto are the one getting screwed on calls, you know they're bad.
Oh, I'm not
They
saying
never
it was a
strike out.
strike. By no means was it a strike.
Yeah,
That
I don't know,
seemed
man. I would disagree
more
on
egregious,
that.
though.
I don't think that's one that you have to swing at. That pitch is 3 inches below the zone and dropping. Like that is a strikeout waiting to happen if you swing at that pitch. It's a terror. I think if he swings at it, people are like, "Oh my God, what are you swinging at?" Instead, it ends up being a strikeout. It just. What a terrible way for a fun game like that to come to an end with Julio standing on third base. And if they had just, called the walk, you end up getting an unbelievable moment, right, with Mason Miller against Fernando Tatis Jr. And unfortunately, we were deprived of that. That stinks. But the base.
So what do you learn, Salky? What do you take
Well, it's
away?
not so much learn as I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the cultures coming together and seeing it all on display. The baseball cultures, not just the cultures of the different countries or regions of the world. But it's pretty clear, and it's a messy subject. So hopefully, we can have this conversation like mature adults, not you and me, but everybody else, because there is some broad generalization that's involved. I don't know if that counts as stereotyping, but it's pretty clear that the Americans play the game one way, and many of the Latin players play it a different way, and many of the Asian, especially the Japanese players, play it a third way. Like. You're just watching different versions of the game of baseball. Bryce Harper talked about that yesterday.
I don't know about a villain role. I don't think any of us really thought about that. It's funny to think about the American way of baseball and the Dominican way of baseball and all this kind of stuff. But it's awesome to see all these cultures come together from Asia to Latin countries to America. Like that's what's so great about our game. Japan plays a certain game. America plays a certain game. Latin American countries play a certain game, and we're all in this tournament feeding off of, playing a great game. And that's what makes our game so great. Is there's so many different cultures that play this game. I can't dance a lick like Tatis can, but I have fun playing this game. You know what I'm saying? So, I think it's such a storyline for all you guys, comparative to us, and we're just going out there enjoying the game that we play, and that's kind of how we feel.
Well, I know he's sort of trying to. It's a storyline. I think he's talking about the being a villain thing, and maybe he's right about that. Maybe that's not a reality. It's just a storyline. But the idea of the game being different and played differently in all of those places is a storyline. It's not just a storyline. It's fascinating. It's part of what has made this tournament fun to watch is seeing these different versions of the game on display. Mm-hmm. The question I have is, what does it then look like when they all get back together? And, some of the challenges we see on a day-to-day basis of this game, some of the challenges they sometimes have in clubhouses or team against team, and then also some of the challenges, like would baseball be better if it was played all the time the way the Latin guys play it?
Well, what's funny about saying America, and I know Lyle knows this too because he's watched and watches a lot more of it. Salk, you, I think, rarely do, and that is watch college baseball in America.
Yeah.
Watch the SEC baseball in America.
Yep.
Go watch what happened in the Georgia-Tennessee game this weekend. Like, this is not just America. Like, the SEC is as flamboyant, as loud, as cocky, as whatever labels you want to put on. It's played in America. And that's college baseball and the ACC to some degree as well. So, yeah, I don't know if this is just a straight American baseball.
But then why do those same guys get to the big leagues and not take that fun factor?
I don't know. It'll be interesting to watch the San Francisco Giants this year. They decided to pluck the Tennessee manager, so maybe they want to inject a little bit of that
fun factor.
Yeah, a little bit of that just juice.
Yeah.
And hey, man, go ahead, flip your bat. Go ahead and make a little noise.
And we're seeing more and more of that. I don't want to make it seem like baseball hasn't changed at all. It has. So I'm not trying to knock it. I mean, look, I love the game. I just wonder whether what we've seen through this tournament from many of the Latin American teams,
I think
would
honestly
help baseball immensely. It will turn off some old viewers. There's no doubt. But would it ultimately help grow the game of baseball?
I mean, the Savannah Bananas sell out the stadium, and I know that's kind of a Harlem Globetrotters. It's kind of a very much a niche kind of deal, but yeah, they kind of have some fun playing. I will say this: I think there will be a little bit of like re-entry period for some of these players coming back into their clubhouses, right?
Well, should they have to have that?
Well, I mean, it's not like their fault or anybody's fault. It's just, like kind of the nature, and we've been around it. I mean, we've seen that in different clubhouses.
Yeah.
And also, like, there's the opportunity for the Dan Wilsons and for the skippers around baseball to be like, hey, I know that, there's some stuff going on here, but let's all bring this together and remember who and what we're playing for.
Yeah.
So I think that there honestly is more opportunity than there is more fracture.
Well, yes, I think you're probably right. But I'm just sort of thinking about the game in general and the health of it and some of the fun factor that I think people often say is lacking. I have a theory. I don't know whether there's any truth to it. One sort of hypothesis on this is when you don't speak the language, and that's not true certainly of every Latin ball player. We know just as many Julios as not. I mean, like, there's plenty of guys that do. Mm-hmm. But is it when you the fear of having to answer to the media, which the American English-speaking players always are going to have to do, does it make it harder to take the risk of showing someone up or whatever the case may be? Does the threat of having to answer questions to the media actually end up making the game less fun?
Well, I'd also say
I don't know.
Again,
it's a hypothesis.
Could the Savannah Bananas play 162 games?
Well, no, because it's not real baseball.
Right.
But the Dominican team could.
You think so? 162 games like that? You don't think the flair factor would come down?
I think it might have to. Just the exhaustion of it.
Yeah. I think the kind of grind of it, too.
That's fair. That's a fair point.
There's all sorts of great storylines with this, man, that have come about, and bottom line, great play too, where people are invested and they care. Watch a WBC and then watch a regular season NBA game, like, no
thanks.
Just, no,
I'm good.
Just there's a care factor. There's a want to. There's a want to win deal.
Well, and ultimately that was a huge. It has been a great factor. So anyway, U.S. Will take on the winner of Italy and Venezuela. That game's tonight, and then we'll get the championship game. And then everybody will be back in their respective clubhouses. We'll get to the Mariners clubhouse here in a few minutes. Maybe not till late. We're gonna try to hold off. Brock, it's been like a week of Randy talk, but we're going to wait a week. I think I've got a new thought on this. I think it's something
You're going to
new.
wait a week, or you're going to wait
an hour. Sorry. It's been a week. We're going to wait an hour. Yes. We'll come back with everything you need to know next.
Wyman and Bob, live from Mariners spring training.
General Manager Justin Hollander is with us. You got decisions to make. I mean, you got a lot of young guys at second base. It could be Cole Young, could be Ryan Bliss. Brandon Davis has been a huge story.
There has never been a team in the history of baseball who had too many good players.
Yeah.
We will have our ups and downs this year. We will need more than just the 13 position players and the 13 pitchers we break camp with. It's great to watch guys go out and compete for spots and feel like you have options.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. It was really cold, man. We had so much different weather over the weekend. There was hail at my house. There was snow at my house. There was rain at my house. I woke up, it was 35 degrees. I mean, it's just awful. So if your home was feeling cold and drafty, and honestly, mine's not. I went outside, and I was like, oh, my God, I didn't realize it was this cold out. And that's because I had called Crawl Pros, and they came out to my house, and they found some of the problems that I had with my insulation, and they got that fixed. It used to be freezing in there this time of year, and now no problem. They can do the same for you. Have them come out, do that free corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space and attic. They'll go where you don't want to, and then they will fix those problems. By the way, if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could get a rebate to cover up to 95% of the cost of an insulation job. How about that? Make your home more comfortable. Save on your energy bill with Crawl Pros. If you're worried anything's going on in that crawl space or attic, critters, water intrusion, mold, plumbing issues, call Crawl Pros and schedule your free inspection today at crawlpros.com.
Can you imagine a world where you leave the house and you take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you? Well, thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy. Just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer practice. You're streaming the other game in 4K just like that. Or how about in the airport? You can download a cozy family comedy in a snap with Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, imagine that. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Some restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates for 2 lines of T-Mobile. Experience more. Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter as of 2/10/26. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, the regular rates apply, but go check it all right now. Put it right in your fingertips with XfinityMobile.com.
Trust is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Get ready to be transported back to the golden era of rock. It's John Waite with John Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band. Live at Emerald Queen Casino, April 9th. John Waite and John Cafferty, April 9th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Don't miss the all-sound plumbing Mariners Cactus League report. Tuesday nights at 6. Going inside Mariners camp on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil and a MicroGuard Select oil filter for just $36.99. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Every business starts with an idea. With smart business buying from Amazon Business, get everything you need to grow in one familiar place. From office supplies to IT essentials and maintenance tools. Ready to bring your visions to life? Learn how at AmazonBusiness.com.
Do you have at least 1 month worth of food in your pantry? If not, you should definitely go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now. My Patriot Supply is America's #1 supplier of long-term storable food. They've helped over 3 million Americans get prepared. And for a limited time, when you order their best-selling 4-week food supply, you'll get an additional week of food absolutely free. There's no catch, but act fast because this offer ends soon. Claim your free emergency food kit now at MyPatriotSupply.com. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to HarleyExteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at HarleyExteriors.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, speaking of marquee data, Brock, we got the marquee matchup of the World Baseball Classic last night, and it came down to the wire. 3 home runs, 2 from the U.S., 1 from the Dominicans. That was all of the scoring. Roman Anthony had what turned out to be the game winner.
Fly ball right center field. Rodriguez and Tatis going back. It is gone. Roman Anthony gives the U.S. the lead.
Yeah, we had Julio coming up with a sparkling web gem.
Drive center field. Rodriguez going back. Did he get enough? He did not, because Julio scaled the
Of course he did. Julio doing what Julio does, the little no-fly zone out there. But when it was all said and done, Mason Miller was pitching, man on third. Actually, it was Julio, 2 outs, full count. And they get the call wrong by 3 inches. Poor dude strikes out. I mean, that's just terrible. That's such a crappy way for a really fun, cool experience game like that to end. It just stinks, man.
Yeah, you would certainly not like to see the umpire have to make that call and ultimately miss that call. Remember, these umpires are also looking at 102, 102, and that ball starts in the zone.
It missed by 3 inches. It wasn't just off the plate. It wasn't an iffy.
It wasn't off the plate. Yeah, it's just under.
No, I know. I mean, it wasn't a just off the plate call that's hard to make.
Nope.
Like, he just flat missed it. As a terrible, terrible call. And unfortunately, just, mars what it was a pretty great game. In other ways, Italy will play Venezuela in the other semifinal tonight, and then the winner will take on the U.S. Mariners actually got a win yesterday. They haven't had many of them this spring, but they got one. Brendan Donovan Brock has just been ridiculous. 3 more hits yesterday, a 2-run double, another double. I mean, he just continues his assault on spring training pitching. And how cool was this one from Colt Emerson?
Here's the stretch and the 1-2 pitch. Swinging a fly ball deep into the gap in left center field. Ciani on the run, going back, and this one is gone. Goodbye, baseball. Colt Emerson, and opposite field, 3-run home run onto the berm.
Yeah, it also came off a curveball slider thing. Like, he destroyed that. He generated all of that power.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
That was an Oppo taco.
It sure was.
In that one right there, you kind of talk about ceiling or upside or, how unique are you? Yeah, that's a ball that what would you say, is 6'2", 200-pound, highly athletic shortstop. Like, there's very few that
can do that?
That ball that way, that far.
That was pretty unique. That was pretty special. Raley, JP Crawford. We'll see what happens there, and maybe that will end up opening room for Colt Emerson. Because
everybody else, all the other young guns and studs are sent down, right? Sloan and Cade, everybody got designated, and he's the lone stud left.
Yep. And JP's got a little shoulder fatigue now after he had soreness earlier, so don't know what all of that is going to end up meaning, but continue to monitor that. The Randy Arozarena story is not over yet, I would say. He released a fairly bland statement when he returned. He refused to talk to reporters. I mean, we'll read it and kind of dig into it a little bit more at 8 o'clock, but I was... I mean, like, again, it's just another missed opportunity to let this story end, and they just don't want to do that.
And then Naylor just was... perfect Naylor, just
kind of
stirring it up.
I mean, kind of, except it just kind of points out that this thing with Randy is legit.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. We'll talk more about it at 8 o'clock.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Not a lot of Seahawks news, but they did do a couple little things this weekend. Brock, they bring in a corner. Noah.
Yeah.
Oh, darn it. Lyle told me an hour ago. Igbenogany. Thank you. Noah Igbenogany, he gets a 1-year deal to come over from Washington. 30th pick in the draft by the Dolphins in 2020. Long snapper Chris Stoll will be back. That's good news. Remember, he was once the 25th most intriguing Seahawk. And corner Shamar Jean-Charles comes back as well.
Was he really?
Don't you remember?
I thought it was a different long snapper. Are you sure it was him?
No. I think it was him, though. Wasn't it?
I think it was.
I think it was.
I was just trying to confuse you.
Don't be a jerk. It was him. How dare you?
Yes. Now I'll get into that corner. I think he's one of the more intriguing. They've only signed 3 guys that weren't Seahawks. All the rest of them been on their practice squad
Igbenogany.
Igbenogany.
I keep saying it so that I'll get it right. I think the more I say it, the more comfortable I'll be with it.
Yeah, I think I'll make a case in Blue 88 that he might be the most intriguing of the non-Seahawks signees.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Tremendous weekend for the Kraken, man. Back from the dead. They came out and played 2 of their better games of the season. Blew out a terrible Vancouver team, scored 5 goals on Saturday. And then last night I was there. They just completely wiped the floor with the defending champions. The Panthers were embarrassed. They scored 6 goals. So 11 goals this weekend. Bobby McMahon scored 3 of them and factored into 5 of them.
Happy pass for Bobby McMahon. He'll carry in out in front and on Tolopino. They score! Shane Wright may have got a piece of it. It was initiated by Bobby McMahon.
He was awesome.
He's fast, huh? He's pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some speed, clearly, but he's got some size, and he goes to the dirty areas on the ice.
Yeah, I mean, I thought you saw it right away, first shift when he's tracking the puck, and he's got a ton of speed, and, that's it's a welcome addition for us from that standpoint. Obviously, the goals he scored, he had a real good chance to make it 3 as well. I think it went off the knob of the goalie there, but, he played well.
Yeah, he did. And they played very well in both games, so good news there. They'll host Tampa Tuesday, then they head back out on the road. They're back in a playoff spot. Players' Championship, Brock, did you get to watch the end of that?
I watched a bunch of that,
Man, wasn't
actually.
that great?
Gosh.
How great was that tee
course,
shot on 17 from Cam Young?
That course is just set up. With 17 and 18 being what they are at the end of that thing.
It's perfect.
Yes.
It really is.
Heck, even the back nine. I mean, Aberg, how do you say his
Oberg.
name? Oberg just absolutely
He
fell
melted
apart.
down, man. Just an absolute meltdown. Yeah, that was a blast. And the 2 shots that Cam Young hit, the tee shot on 17 and then the tee shot on 18, quite frankly, were both just incredible. March Madness, we get Selection Sunday yesterday. So
We get UW women's 6th seed. Let's go.
Let's go. And
Folks are in 8-9 game down in L.A. Oklahoma State girls.
a little bit of movement on the NBA front. They are going to vote at the Board of Governors meetings on whether or not to talk about expansion.
We've been talking for years.
No, we're voting on it.
What are we talking about?
Well, we're voting on it.
Who's talking about you?
We're voting on talking about it.
We're going to vote on talking about it.
Bump and Stacy have who at 11 o'clock today?
Shams.
Shams.
Shams strong, yeah.
Yeah, Shams going to come on and
Nice.
figure out what's going on there. That is everything you need
That
to know.
vote's going to get passed, by the way. From
They're
my
going to vote to talk
sources.
about it. Yes.
Yeah, they're going to vote to talk about it.
I would believe that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So then they're going to vote to figure out, okay, and you know what they're going to talk about? Well, how are we going to do NBA Europe?
Right.
How big is this expansion fee going to be?
Well,
do
Brock,
we really want
I
to slice
was
this 32 ways?
More, I was always had been told, like, this thing's a done deal. Seattle and Vegas are getting the teams, and
Yes.
it's just done. It's wired. It's ready to go. And
yes.
the Bonderman family, now headed by Samantha Holloway, was going to buy the team and they're gonna play climate pledge. It's all good to go. And then, I don't know, 6 months ago or so, you were like, hold the phone. Like, all that is now
Well, they
maybe
got to figure
on
out
hold.
NBA Europe first.
Okay.
Like, they got to figure
But
out
are
how
you
they're
now
gonna do
feeling a
that.
little bit better about the cost and some of the things that were making you nervous not that long ago?
I think it's all there in play. So, I think there is some concern about, is this a bubble? How much do I really want to spend? How much of this expansion fee does this make sense?
Which could
for
be
the
up to
other?
$10 billion.
Have you watched regular season NBA? Do
No.
we really want
No, I
to
haven't.
dilute the talent more and add 2 more teams?
I don't know that it matters. I mean, I guess what the other part of that is, who cares how bad the talent is? The product is already awful and people watch it. So who cares? It's not like making it worse is going to be a problem.
All right, we got to go. We got intrigue to deal with.
Well,
here.
we do. I'm on to the 9th most intriguing player today, except I
Yeah.
think you'll find it interesting that when I looked through the 2 folders in our system, Brock, there's not a single piece of sound about this player since October. And that's only one. August was the time before. So there's not been a lot said about this player. And yet, 9th most intriguing player for me anyway. It's next on Brock and Salk.
9 out of 10 experts agree wearing earbuds at work is the universal signal for leave me alone. So grab the earbuds, pull up the Seattle Sports app, and trade that annoying coworker's endless yapping for this.
He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring.
Listen to every Mariners spring training game live for free, only on the Seattle Sports app. Improving lives through Mariners baseball, one
Sparkling play by Josh Naylor
at a time.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at People Come First. PCF Construction Group. Spring, summer, right around the corner. And if you haven't called PCF about getting started on your new deck, well, right now is the time. With a patio cover, a heater, and a fireplace from PCF, like they built for Molly and I some years ago, you can enjoy your deck or your patio no matter what the wind and the rain does. And right now, how about getting $6,000 off your entire project and no payments, no interest until 2027? Save an additional $1,500 when you bundle your deck and patio cover. Some restrictions do apply, so do what we did. Contact PCF for all the details. Start your planning, your designing of your dream deck right now so you're ready to build by the spring. Planning permits can take a little time, so please don't wait. Get started on this Monday. Get all your project ideas, browse the amazing photos, and find all the offer details at pcfgroup.com. That's pcfgroup.com, making your outdoor space with people come first.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Whatever's on your schedule this season, Toyota of Kirkland has your ride. With Tacomas, Tundras, and 4Runners. From Toyota of Kirkland, built for power, capability, and room for all your gear. These models are the perfect teammate for the Northwest adventure. Any of them. Take a test drive today and drive home with your new Toyota that same day. Get your season rolling at Toyota of Kirkland or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. That's toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
Everything that matters is at stake in a divorce. Your home, your savings, your children. For many of our clients, a divorce was unwanted. This is Rick Jones. At Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men, our team of experienced attorneys handle every aspect of a divorce and custody case. When stakes are high, you need a lawyer you can trust. Husbands and fathers trust Goldberg Jones. Visit us at goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. That's goldbergjones.com.
Opening day is just days away, and we want to send you and a friend to experience it like never before. Get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, first pitch, and more, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Better hustle. Contest runs through March 18th. From the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Get broadcast times for every Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League broadcast.
Holy smokes, he does it again!
At seattlesports.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
So here, just to give you the exact wording on the Sonics thing, this is from Shams, who's going to join Bump and Stacy at 11. The first vote will allow the league to explore purchase processes for Vegas and Seattle. There will then be a potential final vote later in the year to finalize transactions to 32 teams. If bids reach necessary threshold, in both voting rounds, 23 of 30 governors must vote yes.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Does that all make sense?
Makes sense, Salky.
All right.
Makes
Just
sense.
want to make sure we got all the news out there so everybody knows exactly what's happening.
And having experienced Climate Pledge the other night, like it's just so ready-made and ready-built for the NBA.
No, it's awesome.
Yep.
I
think
awesome.
I think from an NHL venue, and I was asking a few of the folks with the Kraken, like where does it sit from an NHL venue? Like when these guys travel all around and go play in all sorts of different arenas and places. I mean, it's right there. I mean, it's new, it's shiny, it's done absolutely right. Every detail is hit on, the lighting, the ice. I mean, it just.
I was there. I was there 3 times this week. It's awesome.
Yeah.
It was awesome each time.
Yes.
It was great for a Kraken game last Saturday. It was great for a Torrent game on Sunday, and it was great for the Kraken game last night as well. Like it's just a tremendous. Or maybe it was Wednesday. I went to the Torrent. I didn't even remember the days, but it was great each time. In any event, let's count down our most intriguing Mariners.
Number 19. All right, hang on. I'll get it.
Oh, number 9 today. Lyle. Last week I got all this grief like, Salk, don't forget there's production and you just charged right into it. And today I was like, okay, I trust that there's production and we're ready to go and there's music and everyone's going to know and it's right there in the show sheet and all that. Okay, well, I'm not going to cover anymore. Like I tried to make sure everybody was ready last week. And
number 9.
You think Salk could have 19 intriguing Mariners?
I do not. I mean, I could, honestly. I mean, that would be most of the team. And there are a lot of intriguing guys on this team. And maybe you'll argue with this one. As I mentioned, the honorable mentions were Canzone, Robles, and Kirby. Cole Young was number 10 on Friday as we will count down to opening day with our 10 most intriguing Mariners. Number 9 for me, I said there's almost no sound about him in our system. Nobody has been talking about him. I have a little. I asked some people at spring training about him. And I think that he is in a very interesting position this year. And I think a quick look at the numbers, Brock, will tell you why. You can't look at last year because last year was bad. Last year, he was a negative WAR player in just 73 games. He hit 202, had an OPS of just 631. There was no reason to put him out there. He was also hurt all year. But if you go back to Luke Raley and his 2023 and 24 seasons, he averaged about 3 wins per season. He had OPSs of 824 and 783. He hit 23 and 19 home runs. Like, he was a guy that was making a difference for first the Rays and then here for the Mariners. In addition to his athleticism, defense that he plays, he can run, he can do some of the little things. Like, Luke Raley offers a lot of different things as a player. Unfortunately, last year was a complete lost year for him. He did nothing. He was hurt most of the year. But he should be given the opportunity to be your mostly everyday right fielder. He's not going to play much against lefties, nor should he. But they have that covered between Rob Refsnyder and Victor Robles. They shouldn't need him to take too many swings against lefties, and hopefully we'll be back to seeing a lot more of this.
Runners get their leads. They're bouncing around. Here's the pitch. Swung on, line drive. Deep into the gap in left center field by Raley. Extra bases. Donovan rounding third. He's going to score. Randy to third. He's going to be waved in. The throw-in is cut off by De La Cruz. No relay to the plate. Luke Raley in at second base. With a 2-run double, the Mariners have the lead. 4-2 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. All 4 here in the 5th. A 2-run double by Donovan, and now a 2-run double by Luke Raley. 4-2 Mariners.
Yeah, so X factor for me, Luke Raley, and that's why he cracks the top 10 of this list. There's other guys who are more important to the success of the season this year than Luke Raley. If he doesn't have a good year, they'll be okay. I mean, they got Victor Robles. Heck, if they need to, they can move Donovan out to right field. Canzone can play out there. Like, they have a lot of options and a lot of contingencies if he doesn't work out. But if he does, and you get that 3-win player back that he was a couple of years ago, it completely changes things. So that's why I put him on the intriguing list, not necessarily the important list or the best player list. But Luke Raley is an intriguing player because of the athleticism, the size, and quite frankly, the history outside of being injured last year.
Yeah. Luke Raley is the poster boy for all that's wrong with MLB free agency, not the Mariners.
Because he's 31 years old and still isn't
because
a free
he'll
agent.
be 32 in September.
Yeah.
And he's got 3 years of service time. He would not hit free agency until he's 35 years old. How crazy is that? I mean, you want to talk about a grinder. And he's one of these guys I look at, Salk, and now, seeing 50 in April. I just see Luke Raley in like 15 years, 10 years is just a ball coach in the Rust Belt somewhere. Just pouring his life experience back into baseball players. And it is not pretty. It is not easy. In many ways, that's kind of his game. There's nothing really like pretty and aesthetically pleasing. He is just a grinder. He's a strong runner. He is a tremendous base runner. I think I watch him at spring training in the 1 week we're there, and he's out like during BP on the base pass more than anybody else, and it's not even close. Working on his jumps, working on the reads off the bat, just every little thing that he can possibly do to survive and advance in his career in this game, he does. He has to do it. Because I don't think there's a ton of just natural, God-given ease of talent to the game of baseball.
Yeah, now he's got a lot of athleticism that is natural, right? I mean, he can run, he's big, he's strong. I mean, he does have some tools that make him super interesting. And he hasn't always been able to put them all together.
He's a great bunter, too.
He is more
He's
in the
probably the best bunter on the team.
More in the bunting for hit category. But yeah, I mean, he can do that. And he is a freight train.
And you just root for him. Like, honestly, and I know this is Justin Barnes, like, nodding along if he's listening right now. Like, just love that guy. He's just a guy that you root for. Because that's a hard story, man. Like 10 years of just grinding and up and down and traded and Dodgers and Rays and finally kind of get a home and have as you said, a breakthrough year and a 3-win player and arguably one of the 5 best players that year on the team. And then last year, just a season wrecked and derailed with injury and the exact opposite of that. So, yeah, 31, going to push 32 for a team that likes young and has young in the pipeline with the Farmelos and the Arroyos and other pieces. Like, this is kind of do or die. I mean, this is like you got to make it now or, I don't know how much value a 32-year-old journeyman has in today's baseball game.
There you go. All right, so that is number 9, Brock, on the most intriguing list. It is funny, like nobody's talked about him at all. I went looking for sound this morning where I searched both Luke and Raley, and I was like, oh, we have one piece of sound from October when he was placed on the roster or taken off the roster, whatever happened. And then the last piece of sound before that was August when it was like, yeah, he might come back soon. And I was like, man, we've not talked much about Luke Raley. And that's fair. I mean, he hasn't done much to deserve it other than that the 2 years previous to last year where he was hurt all year. He was pretty good.
Pretty good, man. Yep.
He was pretty good.
So,
I mean, in 24, he had 4 really good months and 2 really bad ones. He was just really streaky, but it came out to a good year.
And he was a big part. Like that run they went on at the end of the year, though, he was super hot, right? Like he was a big part of that big run at the end of that year.
Him and Robles both, yeah.
Yeah. And the challenge for him is hitting lefties, right? And he kind of gets opportunities and last year got maybe more opportunities than I think any of us are comfortable with.
Yeah, I don't want him to hit lefties.
Yeah, it's that
and they don't need him to on this roster. Like that should never really need to happen.
Yep.
There's no need for it. They got other guys who can do that, who should be available to come in and play that role for him. But put him in the role he likes. He should be great.
Number what? 19, you said?
9.
Oh, number 9.
That was number 9. Number 9.
So does that mean we're like 9 days away from opening day?
9 shows.
9 shows
Not
away?
9 days, but
9
9
shows away, like the end of next week.
Yeah.
We're opening day? Wow.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
Kind of comes at you fast here, huh?
Yeah, and WBC's been a part of that, and just kind of getting ourselves
so this is the last full
ready
week.
for baseball and watching this thing and gearing the excitement up. Everybody's excited, Brock, for the beginning of baseball season, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Well, maybe not John Smoltz.
Oh, Smoltz isn't excited?
No, he's not. Look, I don't get as worked up about broadcasts as you guys do. I think you guys are a lot more picky about who you like and don't like when listening to broadcasts. I was ready to put something through the TV yesterday listening to John Smoltz.
Yeah.
I mean, horrendously awful.
And so what is it? I mean, obviously he knows the game, and he's a good communicator. So what is it that you hate?
Well, he definitely knows the game, but I swear, aside from making a paycheck, I don't know why this guy watches baseball. He hates every single thing about the way the game is played. And when he gets on a broadcast with millions of people watching, he makes it about him. He is going out of his way to talk about all the things that he hates instead of catering to the millions of people. Like, dude, if you hate the game so much, start your own podcast called Boomer Baseball and talk about that and scream into your mic about spin rate there, not on a broadcast.
It is funny.
I gotta tell you, hold on.
Yeah.
I can't disagree with one word of that.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with any of that. It drives me crazy too. It really does. And I want to like John Smoltz because I do think he really understands the game. And Brock, I know you're going to talk about the way he looks at pitching and the understanding he has for. You're right about all of that. He does have all of those things, and it's great. He really could be an A+ baseball announcer.
Mm-hmm.
But it is hard for me anyway to come away watching him without thinking that he doesn't hate the game.
Mm-hmm.
It just feels like a 3-hour attack on the way the game of baseball is being played rather than saying, hey, it's different now and this isn't exactly the way I'd like it, but here's X, Y, and Z and what they're doing and helping to understand it. He's always just so upset about it. And it just, I don't know, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was just chatting with a couple just young broadcasters who were kind of getting into the game of baseball and everything. I kind of just asked them point blank, like, who do you enjoy listening to? Like, who do you think's really good? And John Smoltz's name comes right out, like with baseball guys, because of what he sees. And even hear it last night between him and Joe of like, well, here's what's to come. Like,
he's great with that.
Throw it. He's amazing
tremendous
with that.
But the other
to
stuff,
your guys' point, yep.
I'm with Lyle. I don't need to throw something through the TV, but it does drive me crazy. Like, dude,
I think it drives.
It just feels agendaized. If you want to, Lyle is right about the podcast thing. I don't know about the Boomer Baseball thing. That's funny, but like, I don't mind a little opinion. Obviously, we love Sean McDonough and Mike Tirico will offer some. I don't mind some opinion in what those guys are doing. But he feels like he wants to be hosting a radio show or something, talking about the way baseball needs to change and that there's an agenda.
He just wants the game to be what it was.
But it's not going to do that.
A lot of movement and a lot of action instead of just, home run or bust.
It's not just that, Brock. Mm-hmm. It's not just a little bit of movement instead of home run or bust. That's not the whole of it.
He literally said last night, baseball rewards a lot of things nowadays, like strikeouts and swing and miss that don't necessarily help you win a game. What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? Seriously.
It is sometimes
Dylan Cease just got $200 million despite having a 4.5 ERA because people know he strikes people out and there's value to that.
Yeah. What was the Skeens one?
Which one? He said Paul Skeens needs to start throwing more innings as he goes on. Buddy, in his first full year last year, he was 10th in the league in innings pitched.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, he didn't throw 350 innings, so he might as well not even show up to work. He might as well not even show up. All right. Thank you, Lyle. I can't disagree with that. Let's do some Blue 88, and then we'll get to the story that I've been avoiding for the last hour and a half.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock. The Seahawks have signed more players. What do we make of their most recent cornerback, who they are bringing in, Noah Igbenogany?
Igbenogany.
Yes.
Igbenogany.
Yes.
Igbenogany, like eggnog. Igbenogany.
Igbenogany.
Yeah, so between he, Emmanuel Wilson, Rodney Thomas, I guess you could clarify, or you would say D'Anthony Bell was also signed and he was on somebody else's roster, but he was really developed by you. I would say of these 3 signees, I think Noah's the most intriguing of them for a few different reasons. Number one, former first-round pick. When you look at Wilson, the running back from Green Bay, an undrafted free agent, Thomas, the safety from the Colts, 7th-round draft pick, like just not the traitsy kind of stuff, you know? Each have their own little gifts, but not traitsy like this guy. This guy was super bouncy, super explosive, super traitsy, kickoff return guy, receiver, initially at Auburn, flip over to DB, and the Dolphins take a I don't think the game comes real natural. The ball skills don't come real natural. One interception in college, one interception in his years, all of his years in the NFL. Now, it was a interception for a touchdown because when he does get the ball in his hands, he is a really explosive athlete. I think there's intrigue here because he's played outside and inside. He's played a bunch of nickel there when Washington had injuries and Sainer still bounced outside and he went inside, and there's some versatility. And I think the overriding thing, Salk, honestly, when you look at D'Anthony Bell, when you look at A.J. Finley, when you look at Rodney Thomas II, when you look at Noah Igbenogany, all these guys also want to be here. And I want to play in that secondary. I want to play in that place where guys get paid. Spoon's going to get paid. Job just got $8 million. Kobe Bryant just got $12 million. Like, that's a place kind of like infielders in baseball want to go work for Perry Hill. They want to see the game through his lens. I think this is also a testament to these guys going, yeah, if I'm going to make it, I got a great chance to make it and grow my game in Seattle, to incubate it and be something I haven't been in the past. He's got a whole bunch of traits. He's got a lot of versatility, and hopefully he can learn the game at a deeper level here in Seattle.
All right, question number 2. Mike McDonald talking to John Harbaugh, Brock. I know you listened to some of this. What stood out to you? You want me to play it for you here?
Yeah, play it. This is not new sound. I think this is a little dated.
Okay.
But it is still, to me, incredibly evergreen. And yet another reason why Mike McDonald was able to do in year 2 what nobody saw coming.
Funny, the X's and O's just don't come first, do they? You realize these are the people you're working with every day, and they're part of your team. Type of people, the character, the personality, how they're going to connect with their players, their teaching methods, what they're about at the end of the day. I mean, you're looking for alignment. And then really the diverse set of skills and personalities are really important. Someone could make a mistake of like, hey, I'm hiring people that I get along with or kind of like have the way I see things or look like me or whatever. It's just good. You got to have a diverse team that can bring different skill sets to the table, and it's a fun process. You know, you gotta do it the right way. I believe, you can't be, you like to measure twice and cut once, so to speak. But once you start asking families to move across the country, there's some gravity behind that. So it's sobering.
That's like 60 seconds of what could be a TED Talk
Yeah.
for so many different businesses. So many of you hiring out there, how you want to surround yourself. So many of you team building out there in all sorts of different environments. Like, don't hire a bunch of people like you. Don't do that. Look at Mike McDonald's whole staff. It is a kaleidoscope of backgrounds, right? It is a kaleidoscope of personalities. He said that to us once. He said it to us 10 times, Salk. Like if Dirty was like me, or if Chris Partridge was like me, or Carl Scott were like me, guys would get bored to death. But they got juice. They're different ages. They're different stages of their career. But then I can bring John Benton in, who's in his 60s and an old salt. Like, I need all of that background. And to have that wisdom and to do that your first time around in your mid-30s, it does make him very unique in this game.
It is. I'll come back to it. Question number 3. Jed Fish, Brock, what's he doing best right now?
Recruiting, man. He is recruiting his tail off. And it's what he said when he was hired. You always say it. Be who you say you want to be. If you say you're going to do this, go do it. And he was pretty clear when he came in that we are going to recruit and recruit at a level that's not been done here. And last year's recruiting class, Salk, came in at number 12 in the country. And we know this from Chris Peterson's years and Kalen DeBoer's years. Like, if you give quality coaches that kind of talent, that kind of clay to mold, you can get to national semifinals with the Buda Bakers of the world and the Penixes of the world and the Roma Dunzes of the world that you recruit and bring in. They just got a 4-star running back out of SoCal that was wanted by everybody right now, and it's early, but right now this 27 class is ranked number 4 in the country.
Wow.
Yeah. So you produce top 10 recruiting classes. He did it at Arizona and turned them into a double-digit win team. You do that at Washington, you turn yourself into a playoff team. And he's paying off the recruiting end that he said he was going to do at a very, very high level.
Very cool. All right, that is today's Blue 88. I don't know. I know it's not exactly the same thing. I was just sort of laughing at you got to hire people that are different than you. Oh, like Ryan Grubb? Like, you need people that have different experiences, different views, etc., but they've also got to fit with the alignment and the mindset and all of that. So it is one of those things where it's like, yes, it's true, but you don't want to get too obsessed with it. You got to understand kind of where you
what
can.
What did he say?
The things that are
measure
non-negotiable.
twice and cut once, measure twice. And that was a situation where I don't think because of the timing of it and where you were in the hiring cycle and all of it, I don't think you got to do that.
Yep.
To the depth and to the ways that they've gone about it.
Yeah, they
really
had to compromise.
Since that hire. That's right.
Right, which I don't think they wanted to do, but didn't have much of a choice just based on the timing of the whole thing. So, no, good stuff. All right, Brock, that is today's Blue 88. We do that every morning at 7:45. We'll talk some more football with Ross Tucker at 8:30 this morning, and then some more baseball with Shannon Drayer at 9:30. She'll join us from Peoria. I am curious what she says because Randy Arozarena released a statement this weekend that said almost nothing. I've been thinking about it a lot, and I think I have finally kind of reached like a final opinion for myself anyway of what is going on and what I can actually take from it. We'll dig into it together next. I'm Brock Salk.
Wyman and Bob, live from Mariners spring training.
Excited to speak with Kate Anderson with us, knowing there are a lot of eyes on you. There are a lot of people that are excited about your potential. And is that something you're even really aware of, or are you just tunnel vision on what you're working on?
Just really trying to take it all in. Like, the cameras are cameras. It's kind of part of it if you want to play professional baseball anyway. So really just try to take it all in, try to get as much information I can out of the vets, and just having a blast so far.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Well, let's see here. You're 62 or older. You got a lot of equity in your home, and you want to pull some cash out, but you don't want to go the refinance or the HELOC route because it means a bigger payment, and the cost of selling your home is pretty insane. So what should you do? Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends over at Tila Mortgage. You don't need to live at a lower standard than you deserve, I'll tell you that. And you really have like 3 different play calls. Number 1, sell your home. Number 2, get that HELOC. Or number 3, or refinance. Or number 3, dig into a reverse mortgage. And Tila's done the analysis. They believe that a reverse mortgage is the most cost-effective way for seniors to get cash out of your home without ever selling and then having the option of no monthly mortgage payment. Too good to be true? I don't think so. Give Tila a call today and compare. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Give them a call this Monday morning, 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888. Insurance and property taxes, borrower's responsibility. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker, MLS 247-2046.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
The March sales event is on at Toyota of Renton. Finance the 2026 Corolla LE or the Corolla Cross L at 4.99% APR for 72 months, or lease the 2026 Camry LE at $279 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Find them at toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through March 31st, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, licenses, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable documentation fee. Model 1852, 6302, 2552.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we perform an 18-point maintenance check with every oil change to help make sure you're good to go.
And?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Huh. Wonder why the dealership isn't that easy.
Well, we'd let you know if we found something in our check.
Oh, great. That was easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Quick, thorough, and honest. Come with no charge.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, the story that will go on forever and ever and ever. Oh, did we ever put the never-ending story in here? Oh, my gosh. I was all excited to play the never-ending story as a part of this whole thing.
You liked that movie, didn't you?
That was a weird, weird movie. That is one of the strangest movies anyone's ever seen, right? It is such a strange movie. But this is what this is. This is the never-ending story. Like, it's never going to end because every time there's an opportunity for it to end, it doesn't end. It just keeps going and going and going and going.
And then you add a spicy new creature to it.
There it is.
Oh, how weird. You already had a song that you wanted in there.
The never-ending story. Oh, yeah.
I'm sure you ranked stories at one point.
Maura, you ever see this movie, The Never-Ending Story?
With a, long dog that flies. It's such a weird movie.
I believe even as a child, I thought it was super weird until I finished watching it.
It was so weird as a kid. Everything about that movie is weird. The song is even weird. Everything about it. And this story, I think you could put in that category as well. They're both never-ending, and they're both weird. So Randy comes back. He releases a statement. I'll read you the statement. I thought it was pretty lame. He said nothing. He took no responsibility and didn't really clarify his feelings even. Here's the statement. We didn't get the results we wanted with Team Mexico, but I'm glad to be back in camp with my teammates. The WBC is behind us now, and I don't want anything to take away from the Mariners. I'm focused on the season and helping this team compete for a World Series. So essentially, if I read that right, Randy is looking to move forward, but without addressing anything that happened, without answering anybody's questions about it, and I think that's kind of weak.
Mm-hmm.
I think he should do one or both of those things. Address what happened. Why not mention, I love my teammates. I'm happy to be in Seattle. All of these things are just weird. And maybe he's focused on the season. Maybe he's focused on helping his team compete for a World Series his way. But none of that goes about addressing the things that he said that, quite frankly, again, I've never heard said from one major leaguer to or about another publicly. So I just want to clarify, Brock, and then I'll let you jump in here. And I know you've got some thoughts on the statement and everything that's sort of gone on. At the end of the day, Lyle, we talked a little bit about this last week. Do I think this is going to tear apart the clubhouse? Probably not. Do I think battle lines are going to be drawn? Probably not. Do I think it's going to distract many of the players once the season gets going? Probably not. But you can't tell me at this point that Randy is happy. Happy players just don't act like this. Happy players don't say things like that about a teammate. Happy players don't refuse to comment on it afterwards. Happy players don't release statements like this. That just is not what happy players do. And Randy's weird, so maybe he doesn't need to be happy. But this is not what happy players do. And if he's not happy, how does that translate to this season? Essentially, to boil that down, I'm not saying that this incident in and of itself is going to be the cause of friction or trouble for the Mariners in 2026. But I am saying that it seems like it shows us that Randy is unhappy. And that in and of itself could be trouble or maybe not.
I think you're a grown-up, man. I think you're making $15.6 million in the final year of arbitration, and I think you have a responsibility to step up to the mic and say something. This is getting close to the Jamal Adams. I texted you guys over the weekend, like Jamal Adams territory for me. You can't have it both ways, Bob Stelton. Like, you can't have it. Especially when you do something and you're kind of the centerpiece reason this has been a story and continues to be a story. A, you don't end it. And B, you're the one who did that. And the consequences of that is to go and speak and speak to Shannon and Ryan. And guess what? They're not going to crucify you. That's not the way it goes in this market. They're going to ask you a question or two, and then you're going to have a chance to say, yeah, man, I said some things, some very disparaging things about Cal that I regret came out of my mouth in emotional time. Shouldn't have said it. Love him. Going to move forward, and let's go win a World Series.
But maybe he doesn't feel that way. I mean, maybe he is mad. Maybe he does hate Cal. I don't know what the deal is. 206 has a good text here, Brock. Maybe instead of saying Randy needs to put the story to rest, people need to ask why he's not putting it to rest. Maybe there's something deeper going on, and Randy's not ready to address it. Okay. I mean, I think that's sort of what I was saying.
I think that's fair. Then address it.
But, if he's not ready to address it, then fine. But I think it's then very fair to ask, okay, if Randy is upset to this extent, what effect will that have on the Mariners season? Not can Randy and Cal get along? Is this going to tear the clubhouse apart? Those are, that is taking this argument and bringing it to like some big extreme. But why is Randy so upset? All we've heard about is how happy everybody is. All we've heard about is how, the clubhouse has been tremendous and these guys love each other. And that's going to, be the most important thing for them. And
what makes guys mostly, and again, this is all speculation, but what makes guys upset in that situation?
Usually it is
pay me. Usually it's Cal got paid, Julio got paid, like pay me.
Okay.
I don't want to play on another kind of prove it deal, and like pay me. Give me a 5-year, $100 million deal. I've been an ex-war player for these years. I'm a 30-30 capable kind of guy. Pay me. In my life experience,
Randy wants to get paid now. It feels like he is a guy that would. It's a Boris guy. It seems like all he would want to do is get to free agency. That's why you have Scott Boras, who firmly believes
before a lockout.
Well, that's a good point too.
30 years old. I'm not 25.
Yeah, but he'll have this off season before a lockout. I mean, the lockout wouldn't take place until the end of this off season
when they'd be negotiating a contract.
Yeah, but it's not until the end of this off season. Dan Wilson here on the Mariners Culture.
I think it really boils down to the guys that are in that clubhouse, and they're just good quality people. And like we talked about before, they want to win. They understand what it takes to win. And they want to do it together. There's no egos in that clubhouse. There's no, there's no guy that's bigger than anybody. they're all willing to put it all out on the line every single night, and they respect one another. And like we've talked about it, they love they love each other. They love playing together. They love being together. So when you have that dynamic, it's it's coming from the players. They're a special group that way, and that's, I think, a big part of our success last year, and will continue to be as we go forward.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, if you're saying it's a big part of it, then I need to know what this is going to do to it. And not the fight between Cal and Randy, an unhappy Randy. What does an unhappy Randy Arozarena do to the Mariners this year? I don't know. 253, and this is such false equivalence or false choices. Salk, you drag this guy Randy for lashing out through the media, then you drag him again for not speaking enough to the media. You got to pick one. That's not the case. How about speak to the media and don't bash your teammate? There is a third choice here. It's not like your only choices are don't talk to the media, or when I talk to the media, swear at my teammate in 4 languages. There are other choices, and I'm not even dragging Randy. I'm saying he's obviously unhappy, and I want to know what effect that is going to have on the Mariners season. I'm not spending the whole show crucifying Randy Arozarena for whether or not he's mad. He's clearly mad. Why? I'd like to know why, and I'd like to know what effect that is going to have on a season where the Mariners have, World Series goals and aspirations.
What do we think of Naylor's card he played?
I thought that was a mistake, but that's just me.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was hilarious. Maybe I'm just a middle child instigator, so I thought it was really funny. And then, most importantly, probably did.
I mean, you liked it because you hate Randy and think Cal's great. So you thought it was a hilarious way to kind of...
Why do you got to do that?
Well,
why you got to frame it that way?
I mean...
Why you got to say something
Are you a big Randy fan?
I've not been a big Randy fan, but do I hate Randy Arozarena?
I'm sorry, exaggerated with hate. Fair enough.
That's a false equivalency.
All right. No, it was just actually an exaggeration. There's a difference.
Yes, but all of that.
Okay,
but
so
yes.
I exaggerated. But you thought it was funny because it was poking fun at Randy.
Yeah. And Randy, you need to address it.
But he's not gonna.
Okay.
He's not going to address it.
And time just going to kind of heal it or water under the bridge.
No, I think it's a problem. I don't understand what Randy's doing, but he's not going to address it. He's now given a statement that said absolutely nothing. He's not going to address it. Why is Randy angry? I wish I knew. He's obviously not going to tell us. Brock, I think you made some good points about it being about money. That's definitely a possibility.
That's just my life experience with guys get to this stage. And remember, he did turn 31 just a couple weeks ago. So this isn't your 26, 27, 28-year-old,
He's
right?
another guy who gets to free agency late.
Really late.
And then you bring up some of the emotions of playing for Team Mexico. And again, I think that's very important to Randy. We talked about this.
It's going to be a lot of pressure
on him. A guy who escapes Cuba, goes through Mexico. I'm sure that's very, very meaningful to him. And I don't blame him for that. It should have been. That's great. But clearly he's not a happy camper, right? I mean, that's what my life experience tells me almost without a shadow of a doubt. This guy's just not happy about something.
Yep.
And if he's not happy here, and you've got an opportunity here to do something special, I have to address that.
Yeah, and I think Manny and Dan got going to play a role in doing those things. Manny Acta, there's a reason he's your bench coach. I think he's got tremendous rapport and relationship. We've talked about that a ton. You heard G. Scott last Friday say, from people that he knows, that a lot of the guys really do, and just they respect the heck out of Dan, and he treats them all like human beings and allows them to be who they are, kind of in a very Pete Carroll. But
we haven't seen what happens when who they are is angry and maybe doesn't want to be here. Right. I mean, like that is I think the question that you now have to ask. Who maybe he doesn't want to be here. Maybe that's going over the top. He hasn't said anything like that. So I'm sort of now speculating. But man, I got to tell you, like, I'm not upset at Randy. I'm not upset at Cal. I'm not even, I know that all the texts want to go back and forth and say this guy's to blame, that guy's to blame. That's not even what I'm saying, guys. I'm saying Randy's not happy. Why not? And what does that do to a season? And who has the opportunity to try to make that feel better? Listen to the actual words I'm saying rather than like arguing about what you want to argue about. Why is Randy so unhappy? That to me is now the story moving forward.
4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
You watched every target to Rashid Shaheed, so what did you see?
He's good off the line. I like his release. He has a couple releases that he goes to that works. And the reason why they work is because he's extremely fast. We have to respect everything that he does. I think that once he gets on a defender's hip, He is gone. The saying, if he's even, he's leaving. That is exactly him.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
All right, guys, more than 4,000 people here locally have all trusted Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It's such a safe way to lose weight. I'm one of them. I'm one of those 4,000. I did not lose 4,000 pounds, but I did lose 35, and I did it in about 6 weeks, 10 pounds in the first week. It's really incredible how quickly this works. You eat healthy, fresh foods that you buy at the store, no costly recurring monthly payments, no injections, no pills, no reading about those scary side effects. It's all a doctor-developed plan that is safe, and it works very well. Simple as that. 15 minutes, okay? That's all it takes to get this thing started with a phone call. You can schedule that consultation right now at eastsideweightloscclinic.com because the only thing you have to lose is the weight itself. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Imagine all that can happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes are going to come out, but what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price never changed for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most. That finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings attached. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6-7, your internet's going to stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions do apply. Select plans only.
Your old water heater's starting to peter. DayandNight.net. Day and Night has $150 off installation of any new water heater, including tankless, backed by a free lifetime warranty.
Hi, I'm Bruce. When your old water heater leaks or fails, the damage could be catastrophic. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Get $150 off installation of any new water heater. DayandNight.net.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Don't miss 3 Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League Baseball.
This could be 2. JP has it, goes to the bag, steps on second, fires to first, double play.
Broadcast times at seattlesports.com.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring the check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated. So don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert, or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart. Just complete the purchase. Hurry! This deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
The never-ending story.
What year was that, 80s?
Oh, yeah, like early 80s. 84,
Early 80s?
83, 84. It is an old that is such a weird movie, man, The Never-Ending Story. And it has been the never-ending story of Randy Arozarena here. And, you know, this is all stemming from an incident now that's a week old. And yet, honestly, I do think the next step in this is not to keep debating the apology or non-apology or who said what or who didn't shake hands with who. It's why is Randy Arozarena unhappy? And Brock, you brought up contract. Okay, fine. Contract. Makes sense. That's usually why guys are unhappy. But if you're looking to get a new contract right now before free agency, you're not a Scott Boras guy. Generally, a Scott Boras guy is looking to get to free agency. Is Randy unhappy in Seattle? Does he not like hitting here? Does he not like being moved down to 5th or 6th in the line? I mean, like, right? I don't know. I'm speculating because, unfortunately, we don't get that information. All we got was this statement that basically didn't say anything at all, and now we're forced to speculate on it. I don't know what went on with Randy and Cal or why Randy was so mad at Cal. I do know that Randy seems unhappy, and I don't know whether that's because of his teammates, because of the WBC, or because he's upset at some other factor of baseball life right now. Heck, maybe something's going on in his personal life. I don't know. I just find it very hard to believe that he's not upset about something.
And one of the challenges of this story is, Salk, after all of these years that we've been doing this, we got enough relationship with people around the team, people within the team, that usually we kind of get a sense. We may not be able to say it explicitly,
right,
but we can imply some things. In this case, nobody knows because Randy just is in his own space and really does not ever talk.
And I'd be willing to bet he didn't talk that much to Scott Boras. Now, I'm sure he has an agent inside that company that he's closer to, but yeah, I do think that is a bit of the challenge here. Randy's not a bad guy. This is not a Milton Bradley situation, but I do think he's unhappy, and I do think that's probably something they'll want to address. Let's see, over the weekend, Brendan Donovan, I messed it up. He had 4 hits. Yes, he ended up going 4 for 4. I'm sorry. With a couple of doubles in there. And
500.
Drove in some runs. He's just absolutely dominating. This is his first time ever in the Cactus League. Apparently, he likes it. And then, of course, from a WBC perspective, the U.S. gets a bad call and beats the Dominican Republic last night, Brock.
Yeah, Skeens was incredible. Get a couple home runs as well early in the game. It felt like postseason baseball. What do we hear all the time in postseason baseball? It's about damage. It's about hitting home runs and not making mistakes, and they did not make many mistakes. Got the benefit of a late call with Julio sitting at third base. By the way, Julio's catch, utterly phenomenal.
Just great.
Just
don't like see him getting hit in the wrist. I guess it was just
no,
an arm,
no,
God.
that was.
I don't like that.
That was not fun.
All right.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Seahawks with a couple of small moves. They signed corner Noah Igbenogany this weekend. A 1-year deal to come from Washington.
You're nailing it.
I am. Well, I've been saying it as often as I can to get it right. I want to respect the man. He was once the 30th pick in the draft by the Dolphins in 2020. He's bounced around since then. They also bring back their long snapper, Chris Stoll. Good. You don't want that position to be messed up. And then another corner, Shamar Jean-Charles, who was here, and he's now going to be back.
Yeah, a lot of speculation. We'll chat with Ross Tucker about all of this here in about 10 minutes or so. I think it's not even speculation now. I think it's really abundantly clear what the plan was going into this wave of free agency, both the first wave, now kind of the second-ish wave, and eventually we'll get to the third wave, and I'm sure there will be some other additions made at a very cheap level. None of these moves, none of these signings affect their compensatory. So there's really, I think, 2 clear messages going into this phase of acquisition. We do nothing to upset the apple cart when it comes to the 27 draft, and they have not. They're going to have 12 picks in it. And number 2, we save enough money to take care of Spoon and JSN. Those are the next 2 priorities in any given order, to handle the situation and get those guys both signed. The market has shown the number for Spoon and where that's going, and it's going to be north of McDuck likely, and JSN too. But getting those 2 deals signed, getting those priorities taken care of, I think that's the next big phase on the priority list.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Tango gets after it, so does Dunn for the Kraken. Vince Dunn, Capo Caco, power move, he scores! Capo Caco takes it to the house.
Something's going on when even Capo Caco was playing with some energy. He looked reborn in the last couple of games. The whole team looked great over the weekend. They scored 11 goals in 2 games, beating the lowly Canucks, and then they're not as mighty this year, but still the Panthers coming off another Stanley Cup season. So 2 really good wins gets the Kraken back into a playoff spot. Bobby McMahon, the new guy, was great in both games. Players Championship, Brock, Cam Young, unbelievable finish. I was trying to figure it out. How many guys do you think led that tournament over the course of the entire weekend at various points?
Well, Ober kind of carried it for quite a while until he melted down. But within 2 or 3 shots, there was a dozen guys.
And then they'd fall apart, and then they'd be there, and then they'd fall apart. And, the Cam Young experience is being all about process. That's like who he is. He's the ultimate, it's just the process guy. Doesn't get too up, doesn't get too down, can be kind of boring. But ultimately, he is super process-oriented, and it sure worked for him. I mean, that shot on 17, 19-mile-an-hour wind. You put it onto an island green, 5-6 feet away from the hole, or the tucked pin like that? It's incredible. It's just incredible in that moment.
Pretty big time.
Just incredible.
Have you taken a peek at the Kraken? They only got 16 games to go, 66 down.
Yep.
And they've got a brutal 5-game road trip. So it's a good thing they took care of business this weekend.
Well, and then you got Tampa
tomorrow
too.
night.
It's not an easy one.
Yeah, because that road trip is going to be to Florida and to Tampa and to all playoff contending teams.
But you get Tennessee first. Tennessee's not, or Nashville. That's not great. So I mean, you got to win those games you can, and then you're going to have to beat some teams that are tough if you want to be a playoff team. That's kind of how it goes, and they have not given themselves much margin for error. And we watched the Sharks do it. They went to Boston and got a big win. You're in the same spot. So, all right, that's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. There is NBA expansion news, but it's not quite news yet. It's news about news. And Shams is going to join Bump and Stacy at 11 to kind of give more details on it. But I would say it's definitely promising. I mean, if you are waiting desperately for the Sonics to return, this is the type of story that you had to hear because it predates the next few stories that will be much more specifically about expanding to Seattle and Vegas.
Well said.
Thank you. All right. Ross Tucker, let's do it. Next on Brock and Salk.
Having one of those days where a little of this would make things so much better?
Fastball, strike 3 called. He got him looking. How about that for a Cactus League debut? Cade Anderson striking out the side.
We got you. You can stream every Mariners spring training game live for free on the Seattle Sports app. Making lives better through Mariners baseball, one
goodbye baseball
at a time. Home of your American League West champion Mariners.
Well, spring is all about, in many ways, getting ready for the summer months. But do you have a room just sitting empty in your place and you've dreamt of making it a home gym? Because you hear me all the time talking about how great it is to have your own home gym. Well, allow Top Fitness to create your home gym. Give them your room dimensions, and they'll do a complete fitness room design. No secret why everybody from personal trainers to pro athletes love their stuff. They represent the best brands in fitness, like Precor, Inspire, along with many others. They also have everything from the flooring to the weights that go in your home gym. And right now, you can get some spring special financing with 0% interest for 12 months. Plus, mention me, and you're going to receive a $150 credit towards any purchase over $1,000. Spring is here, so get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or simply visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
P&D Tree Service, local experts in tree removal for residential and commercial. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. If you were hit hard by the storm, P&D Tree will remove trees and clean up while minimizing impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service, any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
Listen every day to the Bump and Stacy Show for headline rewrites. Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services. Security systems and fire alarms for every business. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Making an Impact, sponsored by Grainger. We know about boxed wine, but what about paper wine? One California winery is going greener with paper wine bottles. Here's Shannon Baladeras from Monterey Wine Company.
It's better for the environment. It reduces the carbon footprint by 6 times that of glass.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all 3 like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
So we mentioned a whole bunch of times, Brock, that we went to the Super Bowl and had very few guests on Radio Row. It was just not our thing, Media Row. We just didn't have a lot of guests. Now, that doesn't mean we didn't talk to a lot of people. And one of the people we talked to, we actually would have loved to have had for a guest, but it just didn't work out, I think, timing-wise. But we did bump into Ross Tucker, host of the Ross Tucker podcast, on social media at Ross Tucker NFL, and one of our favorites. And we chatted with him for a while. And so,
to be fair, I don't know if we bumped into him.
No.
I think we had individual encounters, and I think yours was at the muffin and biscuit
Yes.
line, was it not?
It was. Where was yours?
Yes.
Wasn't it there also?
So mine was down on Media Row. No, we were downstairs.
A much more professional environment.
Much more
All right.
professional.
Well, so we waited an extra month, but we finally got Ross Tucker on the show. Hi, Ross. How are you?
I am doing awesome. It's good to see you guys again and talk with you after. Yeah, you don't run into that many other people. I mean, you see them. I decided that the best place to see people is the escalator.
Sure.
On the way from Media Row up to where the muffins are.
True.
Because that way you can see each other.
Yeah.
Yo, what's
you
up?
can wave.
Yeah.
You can make the connection. But there doesn't have to be any forced, awkward conversation. It's impossible. You're going two different ways on the escalator.
Right.
So next year, I might just ride the escalator up and down
Yep.
all 8 hours every day, connect with everybody there, but not actually have to have any bad conversation.
You're going to be like that kid in Mallrats. That kid is back on the escalator again, like just going up and down. Anyway, well, it was good to see you. And just obviously we came away from the Super Bowl really happy with how things ended here in Seattle. What was your view as you talk to people that week leading up to it and then ultimately watch that game? I know you were on the sideline for the NFC Championship game too. So what was your big takeaway about these Hawks?
Well, I guess I thought the game would be a little bit more competitive than it was. I had a chance to call the game for UK radio, which was cool. I had never called a Super Bowl before. I think everybody thought the Seahawks were the better team. And frankly, felt like for most of the year, and certainly the last couple months, that the two best teams were the Seahawks and the Rams. And I don't really think anything's changed that. I think the NFC Championship game was the real Super Bowl. It was the two best teams. We had a best of three between them. I don't know what would have happened if it was a best of five. I don't know what would have happened if it was a best of seven, but it wasn't. It was a best of three, and Seattle took the last two, which was what really mattered. Now, if they didn't have that interesting Thursday nighter and that game had been in LA, would it have been different? Who knows? We'll never know. It doesn't matter. The Seahawks won the whole thing. They deserved it. Primarily the strength of that defense, but I did like, as a former offensive lineman, that their running game was such a huge component, in particular of winning the Super Bowl. That was pretty cool.
Ross, you've been in many environments. Ross Tucker here with us. I'm curious where that NFC Championship game on the sidelines, as you were in that cauldron of intensity and just all that it brought to life. Where did that rank in some of the all-time environments that Ross Tucker's found himself in?
Well, so first of all, conference championship games are by far the best environment in the NFL, by far. The Super Bowl is just a lot more corporate, and there's fans of both teams, but then there's a lot of people that are just there because they just want to go to a Super Bowl. There is nothing better than a conference championship game, just because that home crowd, and I got to tell you, the Seahawks remind me a little bit of one of Brock's former teams in the Indianapolis Colts, in the sense that they might be the smartest fan base in the NFL right now. When the Seahawks have the ball, it's like they're in a library. I mean, it is so quiet. They do an unbelievable job. It's like when Peyton Manning used to tell everybody, "Hey, we're on offense. Shut up. Only person anybody should be talking is me." And the Colts fans went along with it. That's the Seahawks when they're on offense. And then when they're on defense, man, it got loud. I mean, it really, really gets loud. I've asked a million people this. I don't understand why these new teams build stadiums, but they don't incorporate the acoustics from Seattle, because obviously that's a big factor. And I think it was a factor in that game for sure. It is really, really fun to be on the sideline in those situations. And it's much better to be on the sideline than to be an offensive lineman, because your advantage is knowing the snap count. When you have to go to a silent count, you kind of lose that advantage. Just makes the job a lot harder. You know, the defensive linemen are better athletes than you are. Otherwise, you would be a defensive lineman. So your advantage is you're usually smarter and you know the snap count. So you get a little bit of a jump, and there's 5 of us and only 4 of them.
Yeah, poor Peyton. You know, if only he had realized that, Brock, going into that first Super Bowl with the Seahawks, things would
have started with silent.
Right.
I was thinking about telling you that. You know, start off silent while they're all hyped up.
Yeah, I should have gone silent in the Super Bowl back in 2013.
No idea what he got himself into. I mentioned it.
We've only played that sound about 1 million times on this show. But I like what you said there. And for me, the defensive line of this team was the thing. There were a lot of things.
Yeah.
Mike McDonald is the thing, and Sam Darnold's the story. But the defensive line was really the thing. Moving forward, you know, how much of that defensive line can you keep together? Which members of it do you think are most important to keep together? And your experience in Philly right now is probably an interesting kind of side note to this. I know you do a lot of work in Philly because they've had a similar kind of dominant defensive line and are having to make some tough choices about it.
No question. And I'll say a couple of things. First of all, I think Mike McDonald is like the Sean McVay of the defensive side of the ball. And I'm not sure he still has gotten the credit he deserves, even after they won the Super Bowl, because they're doing some really, truly cool, unique things. The thing I've noticed covering the Eagles, calling their preseason games, and doing some work for the team on social media or whatever, a couple things jump out in terms of trying to repeat. Number one is injuries. Now, you guys would have to refresh my memory on what injuries the Seahawks have coming back. Obviously, Charbonnet is one that jumps out. But so, for example, like the Eagles, Landon Dickerson and Cam Jurgens were both able to play in the Super Bowl last year. But then they both had off-season surgeries, and they were not the same guys this year. So I don't know who falls in that category for Seattle, but that's something to make note of for sure. Number two is that sometimes after guys win a Super Bowl, for some of them, they kind of check that box, and now they've got other goals or other things that are important to them. Feels like the Eagles are kind of going through that with A.J. Brown, and it remains to be seen whether or not he'll actually be on the team next year. And then you do have to make some tough choices. This is the second year in a row where the Eagles are losing a bunch of good players, including their best, some of their best defensive linemen. Last year, they lost Josh Sweat and Milton Williams, who both got big money to go elsewhere. This year, they wanted to retain Jalen Phillips. He got $30 million a year to go to the Carolina Panthers. So that's 3 D linemen in 2 years that have gotten massive contracts. The Eagles, fortunately for them, still have several other guys, but you're not going to be able to retain all of them. So they have to kind of figure out which guys in Seattle they want to put the premium on. They're already going through that a little bit with some of the guys they've lost, which really makes it difficult, because I do think that the depth and coming at you in waves, and even what some of the other guys, I was so impressed with like what Derek Hall did in the Super Bowl. That is what was the separator and the differentiator for Seattle, was coming at you in waves. And we'll see how many of those guys they can keep, not only, obviously this offseason, but going into the next couple.
Hey, Ross, some years ago, I was sitting in a meeting, spring football meeting, and David Shaw at that time made a point to my ESPN boss and said, we went back and studied SportsCenter. And Tim Tebow's name was mentioned 9 million times. Christian McCaffrey's was mentioned 900 times. There's a reason our guy didn't win the Heisman. So if you were to study our show over the years, number one, the hate for Peyton Manning would be really high on the list. You would also, over the last
only on one side of the show.
Only on one side of that. You would also hear the name Trey Hendrickson an awful lot last year. And if, my co-host had his way, you'd hear the name Jalen Carter a lot. I do understand from NFL people that people are calling about Jalen Carter. And there's phone calls from Philadelphia to teams about Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter's talent is unquestioned. Why have the Eagles not signed him, and why did they choose the big fella next to him to take care of first?
All good questions. The first thing I would tell you is that Carter is under contract for 2 more years. So they'll have him for the 4th year and then the 5th year option, whereas Jordan Davis is a year ahead of him.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Davis is an interesting one because for 3 years, he was not really that productive. And I did not think they should pick up his 5th year option, which shows you how much I know, because they did in fact pick up his 5th year option. And then he proceeded to play really well last year in year 4, dropped a bunch of weight. And the cool thing about Jordan is he is exactly what you're looking for on and off the field, in the locker room, in the community. And because he had the 5th year option coming up, the Eagles, I think, wanted to get him locked up, but also they were able to lower his salary cap number as a result. Mm-hmm. They have a little bit more time with Jalen Carter. I still would suspect that they signed Jalen Carter to a long-term deal. However, Jalen's a little bit different than Jordan. He was not as good this past year as he was his 2nd year. He's had some issues with his shoulders. This is the guy that got kicked out of the opening night against the Cowboys before the first play of the game because he spit on Dak Prescott. His background at Georgia is pretty well documented. I still strongly suspect that the Eagles will sign him to a long-term deal, but because of the volume of other players that they have on that side of the ball, they definitely want to give Quinyon Mitchell a new contract, definitely want to give Cooper DeJean a new contract, probably Jalix Hunt, the one defensive end, maybe Nolan Smith, the other defensive end. And while I don't think they would ever want to move on from Jalen Carter, Ojomo is a very good player in his own right, Moro Ojomo. And so if someone blew them away with an offer for Jalen Carter, given the number that contract would be, and given some of the other issues at play, I think that they probably owe it to the organization to listen. But I still think it's more likely than not that Jalen Carter gets a long-term deal with the Eagles.
Ross Tucker with us, of course, host of the Ross Tucker podcast, social media at Ross Tucker NFL. Also, every time Ross is on, we mention the myfrontpagestory.com, which I know you're always psyched about. It's the best GIF ever, right?
Well, listen. My buddy started the company.
Ross is on video right now, so you can see it.
I got the visual
you
for
can
you guys.
See this
today.
on YouTube
I don't know
right
how many
now.
people watched you guys.
Oh,
but we got the visual
7
for
or 8
you today.
sometimes.
Okay? Look at this. There's a 2-minute warning in football. This is the 2-month warning for Mother's Day. So whether it's your mom, your grandma, your wife, I can almost guarantee it'll be the best Mother's Day gift they've ever gotten. You talk to a writer for 10 minutes or fill out a quick email. They write this incredible story. Looks like it's on the cover of the newspaper, framed, beautiful. Just to be able to say, Mom or honey, I want to do something special for you. So I had a story written about you. I can almost guarantee they will cry. You will win. If it's not the best Mother's Day gift they've ever gotten, Brock Heward will give you your money back.
Whoa.
It's myfrontpagestory.com.
Wow. I mean, that is quite a statement.
myfrontpagestory.com.
Yeah.
Brock, that's so generous, by the way.
Yes.
I really appreciate it.
Usually only I get to spend Brock's money on the radio, so it's nice that somebody else is doing it. Ross, look around the NFL for a minute with me, not just here in Seattle. What did you learn from last year, watching and the way the season that played out? What was like a big overarching NFL direction of the game kind of takeaway, and how will we now see that continue to play out here in the offseason?
Ooh, I love that one. I would say a few things jump out. One for sure is the increased usage of tight ends, which I don't really understand at all when you look at the free agent market and what these guys are getting paid. Dallas Goedert just re-signed with the Eagles for $7 million. He caught over 60 passes and had 11 touchdowns, and he's getting less than 25% of what Alec Pierce is getting.
Wow.
I find it fascinating that the coaches want to use tight ends more, and the coaches are loving using tight ends like McVay, 13 personnel, 3 tight ends. I'm sure you guys talked about that week. But yet these guys are still making – Cade Otton and Chigo Okonkwo on the free agent are making $10 million a year. Something's not right there, but that's fascinating. And then I think more and more teams are going to look for their Nick Eamon-Worry this year. Good luck, by the way. They don't have a lot of them. Mike McDonald, I mean, I would like to see hey, Mike, how about running a defense without a freak show nickelback like Kyle Hamilton or Nick Eamon-Worry? Let's see how smart Mike McDonald is if he doesn't have a 6'4", 225-pound total specimen to play that position, because it felt like he built the whole defense around Eamon-Worry, and it's incredibly valuable to have that guy so that you can be in nickel and still stop the run but not give up matchup nightmares. I think that's the other big one is people wanting to be able to stay in nickel against the run, but not have it be a disadvantage if the other team put several tight ends out there.
Okay, last thing for me, Ross, and it's interesting, and just listening to you talk about Philly, and I saw Salk's head kind of nodding along as well, like, wow, okay, so they did lose that guy. They got to try to preference this priority. And, I mean, it's kind of like a year ahead of the Seattle Seahawks story. To answer your question, it really is Charbonnet. Everybody on the O-line, D-line came away from the season, don't know of any off-season surgeries other than maybe Torrey Horton, the receiver, who they lost about week 6 or 7. He will miss most of the offseason. But outside of that, they're pretty healthy. To the Seahawk fan listening right now, saying, okay, I saw the story. Philly's like a year ahead of Seattle in it. What would be the best counsel for Seattle to get back to the Super Bowl? Maybe from lessons learned in Philly.
Well, and by the way, and I know you guys have talked about it, but it's not like the Seahawks have everybody coming back, losing Kobe Bryant, losing Kenneth Walker. Mm-hmm. You've already seen that happen a little bit. Mm-hmm. Where the Seahawks, maybe they didn't lose as many guys as Philadelphia did last year, but they've already lost some very significant and key contributors. I would say the sooner, the Eagles have a philosophy now, which is interesting. They don't like to do contracts during the season because they feel like it creates some locker room issues, and they've experienced that, where one guy at a position gets a new deal, but the other guy is a free agent. If you're John Schneider, the sooner you can get ahead of the guys you want to extend, I think the better, knowing that they're going to get their money. Like Byron Murphy's going to get his money at some point. Obviously, some of these other guys that they have along the O-line as well are going to get their money. I'm assuming Smith and Jigba, you guys can tell me that he'll get done.
He's going to get his money.
And what's good about that, by the way, is Smith and Jigba is going to get an insane amount of money. However, he still has 2 years left when you consider the 5th-year option. So you can give him a massive 3-year extension, but spread it over 5 years. So you're still in a pretty good spot with the salary cap. Now, the issue there is if something happens like what's happening with the Eagles and A.J. Brown, then you're not in as good of a spot with the salary cap, because then all that proration that you pushed out for 3, 4, 5, 6 years down the line, that all wants to hit right then if the guy wants out and you might have to trade him, which is one of the things the Eagles are navigating right now when it comes to A.J. Brown.
Mm-hmm. Slightly different personalities, I would say.
I don't know JSN that much, and I would say that I think A.J. Brown, the first couple of years, his personality was great. I don't know. I mean, maybe if he doesn't get the money he wants, maybe JSN, maybe that will change a little bit. You got to tell me quick, who doesn't like Peyton Manning and why?
Oh, I don't like Peyton Manning, but that's just because I grew up in New England.
Oh, I thought it was Brock. I thought maybe Peyton was mean to him when he was the backup.
No, he was mean to him, but Brock likes that. That's why he likes me. Yeah. Brock knew he wasn't even supposed to be there. He's like, Peyton was like, wait, I have a backup? Are you kidding me? Tom Moore didn't even know Brock was left-handed.
Very true. All very true.
It is funny, by the way, that the Colts always had the least threatening backup in the world making the minimum. It was like Jim Sorgi. And it was, I love that the Colts were like, you know what, if he gets hurt, we're screwed anyway. So why even spend the money on the guy?
Well, Tom used a stronger word than screwed, but
also, I always felt like it was a sign of Peyton's mental weakness that he couldn't handle having a real backup quarterback there, that if he'd been a little stronger and more confident, he wouldn't have had that problem. Who knows? Hey, Ross, it's always fun to catch up with you. MyFrontPageStory.com for the big Mother's Day gift. And, of course, you can follow Ross at Ross Tucker NFL, and watch him and listen to the Ross Tucker podcast. Ross, thank you, and sorry about that. That was a disaster. I'll try to get better before we talk again.
No, that was fine, and it was always great talking with you guys. Great to see you at the Super Bowl and talk with you again.
All right, there you go. The great Ross Tucker, who is always fun, even if I just accidentally cursed on the air 3 times trying to get his name and his podcast.
There is a little,
right.
Yeah, you know what? That whole Philly, Seattle,
talk got you flustered.
It got me all flustered. Thank you, Maura. Yeah, that's it.
Little Howie Roseman, John Schneider. Just there's a little stark difference, though. I think the most stark difference, Nick Sirianni, Mike McDonald. Very different leaders, right? Very different control. One, play caller and Mike, and what I talked about earlier with the staff, and I think those two maybe separate those two organizations for all their similarities. Very different.
There's actually a lot to react to there. Shannon's going to join us at 9:30, so we will talk some baseball with Shannon. But I kind of want to come back to a few of the things we just heard from Ross. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
You watched every target to Rashid Shaheed, so what did you see?
He's good off the line. I like his release. He has a couple releases that he goes to that works. And the reason why they work is because he's extremely fast. You have to respect everything that he does. I think that once he gets on a defender's hip, he is gone. The saying, if he's even, he's leaving. That is exactly him.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
On this Monday morning, I got 3 questions for you, and I'd love for you to answer them honestly, because Molly and I did this. Number 1, do you 100% know you got the right insurance coverage to protect your family and needs? Number 2, are you paying the lowest possible price each and every month? And number 3, should you need that insurance, can you pick up the phone, skip the phone tree bot, and actually talk to a real person who will help you immediately? Well, when we took the First Mark Insurance Challenge, it's pretty eye-opening. We were undercovered and we were overpaying. And First Mark has literally saved us thousands and given us a peace of mind, well, that we only know when you take that First Mark Insurance Challenge. They go to work for you, not the insurance carriers, to get you the best coverage at the lowest price, and they give you real people to talk to on the other end. First Mark Insurance has helped tens of thousands of Washington families manage the complicated world of insurance, and they're ready for your call this morning. And they'll do the same for your local business as well. Be the next First Mark victory. Take the challenge right now. It's totally free. And all you got to do is go to firstmarkinsurance.com. firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance, they win for you.
Opened in 1933, our family is still here, doing the right thing for your family.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
Day and night, .net.
Day and Night has $150 off installation of any new water heater, including tankless, backed by a free lifetime warranty.
Hi, I'm Bruce. When your old water heater leaks or fails, the damage could be catastrophic. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Get $150 off installation of any new water heater.
dayandnight.net. For those diagnosed with anxiety, depression, or PTSD, Northwest Ketamine Clinics wants you to know hope is within reach. Here's Brandon, a recent patient.
Going to sleep was challenging. Getting my brain to turn off was challenging. Just kind of getting through every day was a bit challenging. Like everything was a little too hard, a little too much resistance, and that just kind of evaporated. After the first few sessions of ketamine, it was noticeable. People remarked on it pretty quickly. I had done maybe 2 sessions, 3 sessions, and people started going, what are you doing differently? You look awesome. You just look like your skin is healthier and you look happier. To anyone thinking about giving it a try, if you have depression, ADHD, bipolar, any of those things feel like they would vastly benefit from it. So go for it. That's what I say.
Welcome to the Pacific Northwest's most experienced ketamine center. Book a free phone or video consult at nwketamineclinics.com. Healing starts here.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Oh man, that was some really great radio work by me there at the end of that one, huh? Really impressed. Scott says, hey, Brock, can we still trade Salt back to New England for an announcer to be named later? Sure. Yeah, I'm sure we could try to figure something like that out. And
Did Lyle dump that?
I hope so. That? Yeah, that was quite the situation there. But Ross was really good. And there was a lot that I took out of that, Brock. Mm-hmm. And a lot of it is Seahawks related. But I actually thought the NFL answer is pretty interesting. This whole idea of tight ends on one side and being able to play nickel and still stop the run on the other. Mm-hmm. And obviously Nick Eamon-Warry was a huge part of that for the Seahawks this past year, but I know Ross was joking, but Mike McDonald was fine the 1 year he didn't have either Kyle Hamilton or Nick Eamon-Warry. I mean, he was still just fine, and Devin Witherspoon, he found ways to use him, but it is a fascinating chess match taking place, and then does make it even more curious that the tight ends aren't getting paid better. Maybe it's because the best ones are all locked up, but I don't know, that surprised me a little bit.
Well, I think there's a couple things along those lines. It just shows you the beauty of this game that just constantly evolves. Constantly chasing those edges, and like, how can I be on the cutting edge of this, and what can I do next? McVay does it offensively, and Shanahan more than anybody else, and you certainly get the feel that people will study Mike McDonald and what he has done now through multiple stops in Michigan, Baltimore, and ultimately a Super Bowl champion, just year number 2. So I think that's number one. I would say with the tight ends, it's supply and demand. You know what there's a lot of? Kind of 6'4", 250-pound guys that run 4.8, 4.9. There's a lot of them. And if you're in that kind of mode, you're probably a 3rd, 4th round pick, like an A.J. Barner is. You're probably, A.J.'s a little taller than that, but, he doesn't run unbelievably well and the most twitchy and dynamic. But if you're, the Sadiq coming out of Oregon and you run 4.3 at 240 pounds, guess what? You're going to be one of the rare guys at tight end getting paid. So I think it's just kind of supply and demand. You can have 3 or 4 of those kind of guys, of those kind of body types. You can have a Nick Callerup, and you can have an AJ Barner, and you can have, your guy that's been on 9 different teams, Saubert. Like, you can kind of find those guys. So I think that kind of drives some of that market, some of that money. As to Nick Eamon-Warry, there's just there's a kid out of Toledo. We've talked about him in the past. He's probably going to get overdrafted. He's still not nearly as twitchy and closing space the way Nick can. Yeah. But there will be that evolution. I've heard some guys in the NFL say, whether it's a Nick Eamon-Warry, what about just kind of that body type at the second level, right? Like, as long as they can tackle. So
we've seen this a little bit before, right? I mean, this isn't a new concept. Everyone for for most of the time you and I have been on the air together, which is, a long time now, they've tried this, right? Big nickel or small linebacker, right? What was it? Mark Barron, who was the Rams guy that was like, oh, he's the small linebacker, and he used to be a safety, and now he's a linebacker. And I mean, they're all trying to do the same thing, which is handle the pass. In that case, it was handle passing game out of base. In this case, it's handled the running game out of nickel. But it's trying to achieve the same idea, right?
Correct.
Is not just being put in a bind by an offense, and the tight ends can really do that to you. So I did find
for so long, defenses, right? We got to wait on their personnel. Got to wait on what they're bringing on the field.
Right.
You'll see that all the time, and even still, like Mike McDonald, what do they have on the field? What do they have on the field? I got to react to that move. Right, I'm in reaction, but what if? Okay, you go big, and I stay nickel. What are you going to do now? And our nickel can tackle.
Yep.
And not just tackle a little bit. Like, there's not a drop off between half and
No, I think the only challenge with a guy like Nick Eamon-Warry, and not him necessarily specifically, but a guy like him, is, can you stay healthy? Can that guy in that role around the league at that in-between size stay healthy, sticking his nose in those nickel situations and stopping the run? Or when they don't go, when they are keeping more of their heavy personnel in, can he go after those 6'4", 250-pound guys you were just talking about?
That's right.
Time after time after time.
That's right.
And being as twitchy as they need to be in order to cover in the slot or at safety, can they do all of that and stay healthy? I think that's a real concern.
Nope, I think that is legitimate. I don't think Mark Barron's body could hold up in that way. And heck, if Cam Chancellor, who had to come down in the box and do a lot of that, Salk, if he unfortunately, got kind of beat up and a career shortened in some ways too, because of all of that physicality and all that violence at the point of attack.
And I would worry about that is a legit question. Long term. I mean, doesn't mean every time he's out there I'm worried he's going to get hurt, but I'm just trying to that sustainability piece, the same thing you asked me about earlier, playing like the Dominican does, with that level of passion, emotion, and intensity. Can you do that for 162? It seems really hard to do. My guy, Jacob Melanson, was scratched the last 2 games, Brock, after hitting everything in sight. Why? My guess is it's really hard to do that game after game. And I'm sure coaching staff is talking to him like, hey, appreciate 11 hits in a game. You can't do that every day. You're not going to survive. And you've got to be able to play a more complete game. So that idea of sustainability is huge. And it becomes huge again as you're trying to figure out the long term of who you're going to keep and who isn't going to be here long term. And that's a big issue. Here's what Ross said about the Seahawks, and bring it back to the team he probably knows better, the Eagles, but they're a team that has gone through this most recently.
A couple things jump out in terms of trying to repeat. Number one is injuries. Now, you guys would have to refresh my memory on what injuries the Seahawks have coming back. Obviously, Charbonnet is one that jumps out. But so, for example, like the Eagles, Landon Dickerson and Cam Jurgens were both able to play in the Super Bowl last year. But then they both had off-season surgeries, and they were not the same guys this year. So I don't know who falls in that category for Seattle, but that's something to make note of for sure. Number two is that sometimes after guys win a Super Bowl, for some of them, they kind of check that box, and now they've got other goals or other things that are important to them. Feels like the Eagles are kind of going through that with A.J. Brown, and it remains to be seen whether or not he'll actually be on the team next year. And then you do have to make some tough choices.
Yeah. And I think on the injury front, outside of Charbonnet and Horton, was there anybody else?
Bad. No, not that we know of. I mean, you never know what's going to pop up. But no, that doesn't seem to be a big concern for them. But the other part is.
And we do know handling this offseason will be very different because of that journey, because you played into mid-February. That does change the calculus with a new coordinator of like how much you can do and how much you can hit the ground running. You know, the other aspect of that is, what did he say? Now there's other goals.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe. You know, I think to a degree. I'd say maybe other – not goals, but
distractions.
When
priorities.
When you chase that title and you chase that trophy. And by the way, did you see the Lombardi at Byron Murphy's wedding over the weekend? I certainly did. It was pretty cool as it went into the car as they drove away after the wedding. But you know, when DeMarcus Lawrence and those guys chase, man, and you chase and you chase, and then you achieve it. Can you have that same just desperation? That same perspiration, that same, perseverance, all of it when you've already done it once. So I don't know if that's goals.
But then maybe you've got to also be looking then, Brock, for guys. If there is some of that on your own team, are you looking for guys who want to come in and chase that ring? Which we've seen as well. And so, is there a player that, fits that bill that can come in down the road here or even this offseason and kind of take that same spot with the same level of passion and intensity and need to get to actually the top of that.
Are you hinting at Max Crosby there a little bit?
I mean, I don't know. That story seems to be dead in the water right now, but maybe it'll get revived at some point. I wasn't. I mean, that could just as well be Jadeveon Clowney or any number of these guys that are nearing a point where it's like, hey, man, ring or not? Like, what are you going to do? So, All right, let's take a little break. We'll come back. Thank you to Ross Tucker again. We're getting real close to opening day, Brock. Next Thursday, we want to send you and a friend to have a big opening day experience like never before. Player introductions. You can enjoy those, the first pitch, and much more. All from the field. From the field. To enter, all you got to do is open the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab, and find out how. If you don't already have the app, text app, APP.
You know me.
To 866-979-3776. And we will send you a link to download. Enter every day to increase your chances to win. This contest does run through Friday the 18th, which is this Friday. So you only got a few more days to do it. Go to the app and click the Win tab. Okay, Brock, need to know, Shannon Drayer, and more coming up on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, live from Mariners spring training.
General Manager Justin Hollander is with us. You got decisions to make. I mean, you got a lot of young guys at second base. It could be Cole Young, could be Ryan Bliss. Brandon Davis has been a huge story.
There has never been a team in the history of baseball who had too many good players.
Yeah.
We will have our ups and downs this year. We will need more than just the 13 position players and the 13 pitchers we break camp with. It's great to watch guys go out and compete for spots and feel like you have options.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Hey, Brock Stewart here for my friends over at People Come First, PCF Construction Group. Spring and summer right around the corner. And if you haven't called PCF about getting started on your new deck, we'll make this Monday the time. With a patio cover, a heater, and fireplace from PCF, like they built for Molly and I some years ago, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, no matter what wind, sleet, rain, or hail comes your way. And right now, well, you can get up to $6,000 off your entire project, no payments and no interest until 2027 as well. Save an additional $1,500 when you bundle your deck and patio cover as we did. Some restrictions do apply, but do what Molly and I did some years ago. Get a hold of PCF. Check out all the details. Start your planning, your designing, your dreaming right now so you're ready to build by the spring. Planning permits could take some time, so don't wait. Get started this Monday. Get project ideas, browse their amazing photos, and find all the offer details at pcfgroup.com. Making your outdoor space with People Come First.
Well, there's nothing I hate worse than being cold. And if your house is feeling a bit drafty or the floors of the main level are way too cold on your feet, that's probably because your crawl space and attic don't have enough insulation. It's probably making your furnace work overtime. So now you're spending more money as well. Well, how about a free and easy way to learn if you need better insulation? Just schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space and attic with Crawl Pros. It's exactly what I did. They'll show up to your house. They'll go where you don't want to, certainly where I didn't want to, and they'll tell you if you got any problems with your crawl space, your attic, and especially your insulation. If they do discover your home is under or improperly insulated, they'll show you all the utility rebates as well to help you get that work done correctly and affordably. If you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could receive a rebate to cover up to 95% of the cost. Make your home more comfortable. Save on your energy bill with Crawl Pros. If you're worried that anything's going on in your crawl space or attic, critters, mold, water, plumbing issues, call Crawl Pros or go to crawlpros.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Don't miss the All Sound Plumbing Mariners Cactus League report. Tuesday nights at 6. Going inside Mariners camp on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
High five. Up top. Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Dave Wyman here with Dr. Robert Meyer from Swedish Hospital. Dr. Meyer, tell us about the amazing results prostate cancer patients are getting with Swedish CyberKnife.
Well, at the Swedish CyberKnife, our patients are really satisfied with the experience. The treatment is very effective at eradicating the cancer, has minimal side effects, and we are seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later.
Find out more at Swedish.org/CyberKnife Prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
P&D Tree Service. Local experts in tree removal for residential and commercial. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. If you were hit hard by the storm, P&D Tree will remove trees and clean up while minimizing impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, we'll be talking about a little bit more with Shannon Drayer here because it was a big baseball weekend for the Mariners. They just kind of continue doing their thing, playing these spring training games. Brendan Donovan has just been otherworldly. He's kind of the only one. They really have not hit well or played all that well anywhere, right? All of the WBC guys did not really perform all that well in the World Baseball Classic. The team has lost a tremendous number of games, but I don't know that any of it really matters. That being said, I really do like what they're getting from Brendan Donovan, who showed it again yesterday. Part of a 4-for-4 performance.
This guy's going to make a huge difference. Donovan with a swing and a drive. Deep into the gap in right center field on the track and off the fence. On a hop, Sweetspell running third. He'll score. Farmello right on his heels. The throw to the plate. Johnny slides in safely. So Sweetspell and Farmello score. Brendan Donovan with a 2-run double.
He has just been ridiculous, Brock.
Yeah, I think he's hitting 500, Salk. I think his work in the cage, which he likes to do like an animal, has been good. As you mentioned, he'd been in Florida for all of his spring trainings with the Cardinals, and now the dry heat of Arizona. Yeah. Played well.
Unfortunately, he's only hitting 452, Brock. So
really?
Let's not give the guy too much credit. It's only 452.
Well, maybe it's on base over 5.
He's got an OPS over 1,000. Yeah, on base of 514, slugging of 516. So he's getting it done right now. Very, very impressive. Randy did return to camp and didn't say a whole lot, released a statement that also didn't say a whole lot. We'll talk to Shannon about that coming up here in a few, but I'll keep coming back to what I said earlier. To me, it's not so much about the incident. It's about Randy and sort of his happiness level, because I don't think happy ball players act like this.
Or contentment. For some reason, happy doesn't. I don't like that word.
All right, what word do you like?
Contentment.
Okay.
Just time and place, like peace. Like, do you want to be here? Is this where you want to flourish? You want to chase a World Series around all that conversation we had about a focus, and you hear Dan talk about all the love and the brotherhood. You hear Josh Naylor post game. You hear Cal Raleigh after the incident. Like, man, we want all the oars in the water all going the same way together. Wow. And whether it's happiness, whether it's contentment, whatever it is, like, is this the place for you, Randy?
That might be a better word.
To hear from
I think we're saying the same thing, though. And at the end of the day, like, this is not about fighting about a handshake. It's about whether or not Randy is in a good place right now, mentally and emotionally. And I'm pretty curious about that. WBC, the Dominican run came to a close last night as the U.S. won 2-1, not without its controversy.
Mason Miller's 8th pitch to Perdomo. Here it is, the championship!
Yeah, it was a strike 3 call, but it was an awful call. Lyle, how bad was the call?
So Hembo tweeted this out this morning. 3.6 inches from the edge of the strike zone, 1.25 feet off the ground in front of the plate. There was not a single strikeout looking in Major League Baseball last season with both characteristics that extreme.
That's pretty bad. Brock, over 3.5 inches off the plate? Come on. That's out of the strike zone. That's terrible.
USA.
Oh, please.
USA.
Nobody
Bring it
wants
home
to win
tomorrow
that
night,
way.
boys. Bring it home.
And didn't you want to see, didn't you want to see the potential next matchup?
Tatis, first and third?
Yeah.
Sure.
Didn't you want to see Tatis against
They
Mason
also
Miller?
totally shut down the DR, who had been averaging 10 runs a game.
I know.
And kind of like you see in elite stages like that with elite pitching, typically quiet bats other than 3 home runs. That was the only action last night.
Would have been very interesting to see what first and third 2 outs to one of the game's best hitters would have looked like. Unfortunately, we'll never know.
And again, we haven't even mentioned enough the call in the 7th inning that this guy also blew. I mean, 2 drastic calls that he totally blew in a crucial game.
It really is just too bad. Oh, well.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Seahawks, somewhat quiet. Brock, I am a little surprised. We've talked about some of the guys that they are bringing in. Noah Igbenogany is the new name from the outside, a cornerback who comes in from Washington. But I don't know. I'm surprised it's been as quiet as it has, that they haven't. I knew that they weren't going to do a lot in this first wave of free agency, but I kind of thought there'd be more trades, more something. I don't know. It has been a little surprising to me.
Kept all their powder largely in place, right? Yep. Powder for the 27 draft, 12 picks. Powder for getting a JSN, as Ross Tucker said. What has he learned watching Philadelphia go through this? You better preference and prioritize your right guys. And they have done that, Mike, with JSN and Spoon, whom they're talking to, and I think would love to try to find a way to get a deal done with one or both of those guys. And then I think they believe, rightfully, that there's going to be some folks that come around post-June 1, after the draft, guys that are looking like Michael Bennett, Cliff Averill did years ago, didn't get what was theirs, and I think the running back's probably the biggest question mark coming off of Ken Walker, too. And there were a bevy of guys that were not big money, but, they're going to trust their process. And I think they're going to also try to find a piece or two in this upcoming draft.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken blowout Vancouver on Saturday, blowout Florida last night. Back-to-back games, and they score 11 goals combined. The outburst on Saturday was great. Bobby McMahon had a couple goals there, the new guy, and then he came back with another goal last night. 2 assists in the 2 games as well. He's got 5 points in 2 games. Lane Lambert likes him.
Yeah, I thought you saw it right away, first shift when he's tracking the puck, and he's got a ton of speed, and that's it's a welcome addition for us from that standpoint. Obviously, the goals he scored, he had a real good chance to make it 3 as well. I think it went off the knob of the goalie there, but he played well.
He did, and then played well, backed it up again last night, which is a question. Like, going out your first night with a new team, and everybody's trying to feed you, and playing a bad Vancouver team, that happens. But I think doing it a second night in a row against a better Florida team probably meant a little bit more. And so, I was pretty impressed. He was good. Really good.
And then a really good Tampa team tomorrow night before they hit the road for what will be with only 16 games to go.
Pretty important.
You kind of had this long homestand. You go on the road for 5, and then you get another homestand. And, this is kind of down to the sprint, right? Down to the wire where they're the final wild card playoff team as it sits today.
Unbelievable golf tournament this weekend. It's always good to see one of the Cams win. You got Cam Davis, Cam Young, Cam Smith. I mean, there's just Cams all over the PGA Tour and now the LIV Tour. But Cam Young was your winner yesterday with his MLB sponsorship. And what he did on 17 and 18 was just incredible.
That course just sets
better than the PGA Championship, right?
Oh, yeah. That back 9 of that course.
It's unbelievable.
Absolutely.
Can we just say that's the 4th major and forget about the PGA Championship?
Sure.
Or just say there's 5 majors now? I mean, the Players is that good.
I think he made like $4 million or something, too.
Yeah.
Not a bad payday.
But then he doesn't get credit for a major. He should. That's a major championship. Doesn't get too much more major than that.
Gonzaga men, by the way, 3 seed, Kennesaw State.
Okay.
And the Husky women, 6 seed, South Dakota State.
There we go.
Chance for the Dogs to get a tournament victory.
I love it. All right, that is everything you need to know, 1/4 every hour. You also got this NBA news. It's not quite news yet. It's like pre-news, but it is coming. Sure looks, and Shams has been on this, and he's going to join Bump and Stacy at 11 this morning to talk more about it. Sure looks like they are going to be voting here in another week. Now, they're voting on voting, so it's not like this now is like, hey, this is the expansion vote. But they vote yes on this, Brock, and it sure feels like that's the momentum to then, because they're now mentioning Seattle and Vegas.
Well, yeah, I mean, the 2 arenas are sitting there ready to go.
Ready to go.
So this is like, let's vote on this, let's get it going, and then let's figure out what this expansion fee is going to be, how extraordinary it's going to be to divide this pie 32 ways.
But don't you think they already know? I just don't feel like any of this happens. This is all now processed. Like, okay, this is now happening. So we'll see where it goes. When the news actually happens, we'll probably be ready to talk a little bit more about it. But listen to Shams today with Bump and Stacy at 11, and we will certainly play you some of that sound tomorrow morning as well. We're going to go down to the desert next, talk to Shannon Drayer. I got a ton of things on my list to talk to Shannon about. Everything from J.P. Crawford to Randy to the 5th starter. There's a lot. So Shannon Drayer with all the info next on Brock and Salk.
4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
You watched every target to Rashid Shaheed, so what did you see?
He's good off the line. I like his release. He has a couple releases that he goes to that works. And the reason why they work is because he's extremely fast. You have to respect everything that he does. I think that once he gets on a defender's hip, he is gone. The saying, if he's even, he's leaving. That is exactly him.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Hewitt, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
A rising blast, left field, grand slam, Arozarena!
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But for a truly elevated experience, you've got to be in a Mariner Suite. A suite is the perfect spot to get your game and celebration on. Birthday, promotion, engagement, company team building that actually team builds. No matter your event, we've got a suite you'll love. Group suites can fit 30 to 400 people for big-time bashes. And private suites offer just that, an upscale experience for more intimate gatherings. All Mariner Suites offer an incredible view of the ballpark, so you can't go wrong. Plus, you and your guests will enjoy premium catering, VIP parking, private Skybridge entry, and more. And season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve your suite today at mariners.com/suites.
Bases clearing, 3-run double by Josh Naylor. Holy smokes, the Mariners have the lead.
Mariners baseball, Trident's up.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
If you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact, if you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
Day and Night has $150 off installation of any new water heater, including tankless, backed by a free lifetime warranty.
Hi, I'm Bruce. When your old water heater leaks or fails, the damage could be catastrophic. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Get $150 off installation of any new water heater.
DayandNight.net.
Opening day is just days away, and we want to send you and a friend to experience it like never before. Get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, first pitch, and more, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Better Hustle contest runs through March 18th from the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Get broadcast times for every Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League broadcast.
Holy smokes, he does it again.
At seattlesports.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You need to buy gear for football? Like, it's all just through the school, right? The pads and all that?
Nah, you buy your helmet these days.
Now you buy your helmet. But that's it, right? You're not buying shoulder pads and all
At
that
the high
stuff,
school
are
level,
you?
no. Youth level, you buy your shoulder pads and helmet. But yeah.
All right.
Yeah, hockey's a little different animal, huh?
Oh, well, yes. No, you get to buy everything. It's really fun. And then they grow out of it, and then you have to buy more of it, and then they become seniors instead of juniors, and then you have to buy more of that, and it costs. It's quite the experience. Shannon Drayer is down in the desert. Shannon, good morning. We have a lot to talk about. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. Got an off day today. The wind is blowing. The dust is blowing all around, and just been kind of a wild and crazy spring training weather-wise.
Are you? Are we climbing Camelback today? Hiking? What's the plan?
Well, seeing that the truck leaves on Wednesday, there's not time for Camelback, but we'll probably do something else if the wind dies down. There's a lot of dust and whatnot blowing around, so we'll see.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of dust in the wind and all these stories as well.
Nothing but dust in the wind.
You know who sings that?
Do 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 do. Kansas. Do 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 do.
That was a shock. I didn't see that coming. We'll get to Randy and all that stuff, Shannon. Let me ask you about J.P. Crawford first. How concerned should I or we be with him missing some more time now with some shoulder? What was it? Tiredness after the soreness, discomfort. What's going on with JP?
Well, I think he is calling it, or they are calling it, fatigue. It is. We've been over it. He's felt it before. So he was held out of games for about a week and a half, and then he came back, played a couple, and now they're holding him back a little bit more. I will say that leading up to the games, he did do quite a bit of the fielding drills. So it's not like he's had nothing with the arm. This spring, he has been throwing. He has been participating in fielding drills. And, JP yesterday said he anticipates being in the lineup tomorrow. So hopefully that's a good sign right there. But when we talked to Dan, they said, well, we'll know more after the off day. So, I think they're not too worried about it. But, certainly it's something that they would like to get put behind them. And as of right now, it's not behind them.
Is this something you scan? Is this something you go get imaging on an off day and kind of make sure there's nothing significant going on?
Yeah, that's kind of what I interpreted Dan's comment to be, that they would know more, but I'm not absolutely sure that that is something that is going to happen. So I know that, there are a lot of different things with mobility and whatnot the trainers can do, and I know that because he's had a history with this, they have a good idea of what's going on there. So it very well could have been, we're going to give you a couple of more days, and with the off day that we'll stack that up, because they are trying to really aim everything towards what comes up after today, because you're going to have more of the players back. You're going to have more of the full team together. So it may have been that. JP, again, didn't seem too worried about it or bothered about it and said he expects to be playing tomorrow.
All right, so let's expect that to happen. But then for a moment, just walk me down the absolute worst-case scenario. Let's say JP's not ready to go play the field yet on opening day in another week and a half. Does that make Colt Emerson your opening day shortstop?
That's an interesting question, and it'll be an interesting decision because they have two paths that they could go with that. And if they don't believe that Colt Emerson is ready to go, and if they think that this is going to be a shorter term, like JP would truly only need 2 weeks, I don't think they go in that direction. And let's remember, he was making the club if he blew the doors off of spring training. He's been good. He's been very impressive at times. The results haven't been as huge, and I'll say he's been fantastic at shortstop when he's played that, and that's been one of the eye-openers. Love the way he runs the bases. His at-bats have been great, but the numbers really haven't been there, and spring training numbers aren't that important. But you look at it and you wonder if they think that maybe it would be good for him to get him up and running and consistent with the bat before you bring him up. And I think they would be comfortable for a short term or maybe even for a month or so with Leo Rivas over there. They liked what he did last year. They particularly like him from the right side. He's having a good spring. He right now is probably the best defensive shortstop on the 40-man roster. He would be next up, and that would work. So I think a lot of it will probably play into. No, I'm going to backtrack. If it were a long-term injury, I still think the priority number one would be, is Colt Emerson where you want him, because you want him starting from a good place.
So baseball dorkdom just for 1 sec. Just let's I'm sorry.
Baseball dorkdom?
This is baseball dorkdom. This is
like, are you asking Shannon to go into baseball?
No, but I'm saying, like, okay, so let's say you do that and Leo Rivas is the shortstop. Who's your backup shortstop? Because I would assume then a Masterboni or a Ryan Bliss or someone like that makes the team. Like, you always got to have somebody else who can play shortstop. Is it Cole Young? Like, who's your other?
Yes.
That he'd be the backup
Cole
shortstop?
Young. Yes, and that would be a way to get Masterboni. He is out of options, but he also is dealing with an injury, a calf injury right now. It doesn't appear serious. So Colt Emerson actually has taken a lot of reps in early work at shortstop. We haven't seen him at a game in shortstop. I mean, maybe we see that in the next couple of days, but he would be the next backup at that point. So, and then, of course, you've got all the flexibility with Brendan Donovan over at third base. And then, Ryan Bliss, who also has been out for a couple of days with a small issue, I think he needs to get up and playing. But if you had to move Cole Young over to shortstop, you could easily put Bliss at second.
More of a concern factor with the injuries to JP or the injury to Bryce Miller?
I'm going to say Miller. I'm not terribly concerned, but it is an oblique, and until they get out there and they're pitching 110% full intent with the lights on, you don't know. And I'm glad they have handled this the way that they have. Let's just go back to when it initially happened. They said he probably would have pitched through it had it been in the middle of the year or towards the end of the year, something like that. Don't know what would have happened if they did that, but it is an oblique. So I think appropriate oblique concern, but it doesn't appear that there has been any further damage done to it or anything. I think it was kind of dramatic when he didn't throw his first bullpen, but you need that reminder that that's what rehab is. You don't always, there are ups and downs, and we don't always see it because it happens either down in Arizona, usually during the year, or before you even get to the ballpark or out in the bullpen when you are in a clubhouse, things like that. So you don't, and that was one of those instances where he's like, yep, first one, nope, we're going to need a couple more days on it. And he has thrown since. So I think so far so good with him, but you don't know until he gets into a game.
All right, Shannon. What's going on with Randy? So we've been talking about this over the last week or so, and it's the story that'll never die. I was actually playing the Never Ending Story theme song earlier.
Did you enjoy the Never Ending Story movie, Shannon? Was that a big one on your hit list?
I didn't see it, but if we're playing the song game, wasn't it Lamal who did that
That's exactly
song?
Right.
Wow.
Shannon,
okay.
That is quite a
lot tougher than Kansas, Brock.
That is
pull
more
right there,
impressive.
Girl. Quite a pull.
That is more impressive than Kansas. There's no doubt. Shannon, without getting into whether or not Randy is right or wrong or this and that, ultimately, I found myself last night and today landing on he just doesn't seem, I use the word happy. Brock says content. Generally, baseball players who are happy in their situation don't do stuff like this. So what's going on with Randy? If he's unhappy or not content, is that contract related? Is it spot in the order related, Seattle? Like, what could possibly be going on here?
Okay, so I have to qualify everything with, in this case, and we're talking about Randy and not Cal, but Cal was so easy to talk about because we know Cal, because Cal has let us get to know him.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know Randy. Randy has not let us get to know him. And we don't know Randy to the point of where when we talked to teammates that he had on prior teams coming over before he came to the Mariners, they said, oh, he's the greatest, but couldn't explain why. They literally couldn't put it into words. So it is impossible for me to say that he could or could not be unhappy about anything. There's just really not, you could throw out all the things that, maybe it could be contract, maybe it could be position or any of that, but I don't know that he is unhappy, and it would be absolutely impossible to say that. He seemed like what we would normally see from Randy Arozarena in camp when he first got here. He did leave for the WBC practices at the first moment he possibly could, as opposed to, say, Andres Munoz, who stuck around for another 4 or 5 days. But Andres was a different situation. And, you could say that Cal Raleigh left as soon as he could for Team USA. So I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think that is probably, it's a possibility, but I don't know that is it. I mean, it could be as simple as he felt disrespected. It could very much be a cultural thing where you can look at most of the teams out there are playing a lot more free, a lot more having fun with it, a lot more into the atmosphere than Team USA is. Team USA is going out there and it's all focused and they're taking it very seriously and, they're treating it like a battle to the point where Mark DeRosa had the Navy SEAL who led the expedition that got Osama bin Laden to come in and give a motivational speech to the team. I mean, the focuses are completely different. And it doesn't mean that the Dominican team or the Venezuelan team or any Mexican team or any of those teams are any less focused once they get out on the field. It's just the age old. I mean, look at baseball. Look at the tradition.
Mm-hmm.
Up until recently, any bat flip was an absolute affront to the game, let alone the other team. And I think that, there is a decent chance a lot of it on Randy's part was disrespect. And that's what his comments went to directly afterwards. And Cal did greet him. He just didn't shake his hand. So, is there unhappiness? Well, it's possible because he doesn't have a contract next year. I think it's reasonable that he doesn't have a contract next year. I don't think he particularly wants to lead off. I don't think he knows where he's hitting in the order yet, so I don't think that's it. It could be anything with him. And I can tell you what I saw yesterday that I think is kind of hopefully encouraging on this situation is, since Randy has returned to camp, he has gone about doing all the things he normally does when he's around with the team. That includes not talking to the media, but, also, doing his work. He got a decent round of applause when he stepped to the plate in Peoria. Looked like he was sitting with teammates in the dugout during the game. I noticed that when they had lunch before they went to the game, I looked into the food room, and Randy was sitting at a table by himself by the door. And that is not normally out of the ordinary. They're all on different schedules. Sometimes you're sitting with people, sometimes you're not. The next time I looked up at where Randy was, Logan Gilbert was sitting at that table too. And that to me, and just a little bit of a backstory, if you listen to the Hot Stove Show, you may have heard this or you may have seen that. I think we videoed it too, but we had Logan on about a month ago. And I asked Logan because at a game last year, I looked down on the bench. Logan wasn't pitching. And when the Mariners were at bat, Logan was sitting next to Randy Arozarena, and they were deep in conversation. And I asked Logan on the Hot Stove Show, what were you talking about? And he laughed. He said, I like Randy. Randy's a good guy. Randy's my bud. He said that maybe we'll go out on his boat during the off season. That didn't happen. He laughed about that. But he said, yeah, we talk about all sorts of things. And so to me, I don't know if that was a leadership thing on Logan's part. I'm going to sit down here and hopefully he's going to be somebody that can broker any kind of peace if that's what needs to happen. But the other thing that the more I thought about it, I think it's good that Randy got back before Cal so he can get comfortable in the clubhouse. And I do think there's a chance that by the time Cal gets here, it's nothing to Randy anymore. That he's up, he's going, he's in his routine, he's doing what he's been doing. We don't know any of that, but that was kind of an encouraging sign in what I saw yesterday.
What was the reaction between you and your peers and people around it Saturday when there was a statement given but no talking to you guys?
Yeah, it's been tough because when you look at it, and again, Cal has always been very accessible to us. Randy has not, and that's his choice. In this situation, I think it was clear that Randy could have put it to bed by even just saying, you know what, I was hurt by the comments. We'll talk about it when we all get back to Seattle. I'm sure everything will be fine. We don't want anything to jeopardize what the Mariners are trying to do this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he chose not to do that.
He chose not to do that, and he went so far as, putting all sorts of pictures up on, Instagram and in the stories of others shaking his hand and hugging him and, all of those situations. So he really hasn't done anything to kind of tamp down any of
address his comments. I mean, they were his comments, right? It wasn't Cal's comments. It was his comments.
That's hard for me to leave out, right, Brock? Is like at the end of the day, he still made comments to the media that I've never heard from one ball player about another.
Right.
And again, we don't entirely know the intent behind it because he hasn't talked about it and because we don't know him. And, that's the difficult thing. We do know that Cal heard those comments and he said, doesn't mean anything. Mm-hmm. He's put it behind him, at least publicly.
And then a good old Josh Naylor decided to have a little fun with it Friday night, which didn't surprise me as a middle child instigator at all, that doesn't always love confrontation and tries to handle things with a smile and a joke and tries to push the buttons a little bit. So what was the reaction to Josh Naylor, both in game and more importantly, post game, having some fun with it?
Well, this is our reaction. I mean, we're not getting much reaction out of the clubhouse, which I also think is good. They're not making a big deal about this. They want to move on from it clearly. But for me, it was, you knew there was going to be something with Naylor and you knew it was going to be good. You knew that he is focused on what the Mariners do. You can go out and you can play for your country, but don't do anything that's going to hurt your team. And Naylor, of course, we've found very quickly that he's a leader type, had some fun with it. And then after the game, it was all love. So, he's picking on Cal. Cal is very stoic, and they all kind of will tease him about that throughout the year. And he sits there and he takes it, but that's how he chooses to play too. But I love what Naylor did. It would have been very interesting to see what Julio did, and he might be key in this too. And he will be home before Cal is. I mean, I don't know what Cal is walking into when he comes back.
I would imagine those guys play a central role in this. Manny and Danny do their thing, but I would imagine the Julios, the Naylors, the Cals, they're going to be the central figures to really end this never-ending story. Would you agree?
Yes, Logan, throw him in there too. I mean, the team leaders will have to be, and that's what they're trying to keep it at right now. Not a big deal was made when Randy came in. Not a big deal was made after it happened. Nobody was giving their opinions on it or anything, and they actually were kind of laughing a little bit about it. It's like, not touching that. You guys have got a busy day today. Any news today? I mean, we heard that multiple times.
Funny. Well, this is what it's like to be, to have expectations on you and to be in the spotlight. Like, these things are not unusual for teams that are dealing with the weight of those expectations. In the meantime, I'm going to give you three numbers. I don't think they mean anything, but I'll just ask you. 6-16-1. That's the Mariners' record in the Cactus League this year. They have been, it was 5-16-1 until yesterday, and then the guys really didn't hit all that well in the WBC also. I'm not suggesting there should be concern, but any concern?
I'm not concerned about what's happened in the Cactus League, and they've been missing half their bullpen this entire time. So that these games change very much when the starters come out.
Yep.
I like what I've seen from the offense for the most part, but you're right. Mariners in the WBC have not fared well. Bizzardo is pitched okay, but Munoz didn't pitch great, but he's back now and throwing bullpen, so I don't worry about him too much. And the hitters really haven't done much. So, yeah. And I did read a line the other day that Cal had said that his swing is not where he wants it yet, which, you know, in that case, you don't have that much time to get to it. It is different. I remember last year there were players that were just complaining, hitters, that they just weren't getting enough work or they weren't getting enough time in the cages before games and things like that. I don't know what that's like right now, but there is a reason there is a spring training, and yes, it is way too long, but you hope that they're able to get enough. So is there a concern about that? Yeah. Maybe that does linger a little bit. They'll get there eventually, but it has been a little concerning just seeing that, your hitters in particular have not fared too well.
Well, Shannon, you're in your home stretch. Yep. All right. You had us come through, dust in the wind. You had the afternoon boys last week, dust in the wind. This is your final week, right? Full final week. Things get going a week from Thursday with opening day. So I'm going to guess you're kind of seeing the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Just take care of that snow before we get back, please.
Oh, God. Shannon, it was awful. We'll talk to you either later this week or early next. The great Shannon Drayer. Appreciate you, Shannon.
You got it, guys.
All right, lots of good insight there, as always, from Shannon, who's just so well-connected and thoughtful and understands the game and all of it.
Super thoughtful.
I'm just going to say, Brock, quickly.
Yeah.
You aren't reading the text line as it comes in. Every time we have talked about this today, I am shocked at how many. I mean, we're getting all the don't talk about this. It's so sad. Right. You kind of can't hear negative news. So we're getting some of those sad ones. But also, how many people have written in being like, I can't believe you're blaming Randy. Cal is the guy who started this whole thing. I'm furious at Cal. I am blown away. I don't think that if we took a poll that side would have a lot of support, but I am shocked. So 206, it's funny. Nobody cares that Cal is cosplaying war hero, but everyone needs Randy to say sorry. He hurt everyone's feelings because he called out that fake tough guy stuff. You guys should be spending more time talking about Cal being uncomfortable versus Randy. Randy's in the right. Cal's in the wrong. And there's a ton of these. I think
it'd be a little different if it was. Yeah, I think it would be a little different if it was in English, and we'd have to bleep out everything, and we would play that over and over again. It hardly got played, right? It got translated into some, into print, which we know nobody reads anymore, right? If you could actually hear the sound of what that sounded like, I think it would be a very different reaction.
Maybe, but I think the response to that would be, well, then what caused him to be that angry, and why, I just, the reputations of both, it just doesn't quite make sense. But there is something going on. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it is, and I don't know where it's going to go. And I don't know whether Randy's happy or not. I don't think he is. But what a weird situation.
You know what? It's good drama.
What a weird,
it's good drama.
Weird situation. There it is. The never-ending story, Brock. Okay, we got to go.
Llama? What was the name of the band?
It's something like that. It's Lamada or something. I forget. Shannon knew it. And I recognized it, but I don't remember it. We got to go.
We rooting for Italy tonight? What do we got? Italy? Venezuela? What do we got tonight?
I don't know, but Shams coming up at 11, who's going to say, essentially, this thing's moving forward for the Sonics. So stick around and listen to Bump and Stacy. They'll have Shams, and we'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Until then, the hay.
So it is in the never-ending barn.
Sure. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
For Down Territory, Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
You watched every target to Rashid Shaheed, so what did you see?
He's good off the line. I like his release. He has a couple releases that he goes to that works. And the reason why they work is because he's extremely fast. You have to respect everything that he does. I think that once he gets on a defender's hip, he is gone. The saying, if he's even, he's leaving. That is exactly him.
Catch every 4 Down Territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory is a little different. We actually reach out to the small business world, to Joel Taylor and Sean O'Donnell from Sean O'Donnell's Restaurants. Sean, when Joel brought this to you, the idea of why don't we take this First Mark Challenge victory, what was your thought?
My goal was to save some money and to simplify our operations. We've got 6 locations now, and along with that comes complications. And when things get complicated, things that are important get forgotten. First Mark was able to simplify that and also save us money.
Not only have they saved us money, they helped us identify some blind spots in our policies. Their service team has been phenomenal, unparalleled in my experience, given us a lot more solutions with better coverage, and just made too much sense.
First Mark's just made it easy for us.
So if you're a business owner and your insurance is in need of simplifying and streamlining and eliminate the stress, do what Sean O'Donnell's Restaurants did. Reach out to First Mark Insurance. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance, your teammate in the business world too, going to work for you.
Shopping for a new Mazda? Shop the West Coast's largest Mazda dealer, Mazda of Everett. With more new Mazdas in stock than any dealer in the region. Shop over 780 new Mazdas. Click on the Mazda of Everett price. At Mazda of Everett, exceptional customer satisfaction is the standard. Plus, at Mazda of Everett, you negotiate directly with the owner. Locally owned, trusted by thousands. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and see why we're #1.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber the Door Store. Something that happens here most every day are customers and contractors looking to purchase doors they can take today. Frank Lumber has a good selection of pre-hung display doors that are ready to go. And if we don't have what you need today, whether it be style or size, and you find a door in stock, we can still get you taken care of quickly. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline. Also, be sure to check us out online at franklumber.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed.